Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first meeting of the new term of this new council. It's exciting. I think we've got a wonderful team. I'm very honoured and humbled to be elected as the Mayor of the South Burnett Regional Council, as the first female Mayor. Excuse me, over 101 years ago, Dr. Ellen Kent Hughes was the first female councillor in Queensland from Kingaroy. So the ladies are making history, and I'm humbled to be part of that. And we have a wonderful team of councillors, and I'm just looking forward to working with the team and our staff and executive senior leadership team as we go forward into this 4-year term. So with that, I'd call for leave of absence and apologies. I don't believe we have any, so would just note that, and I'd call on Pastor Lyle Slinger to offer prayers for this new council term. Thank you.
Well, good morning to everyone, and there's been a few changes since I was last in here, a few new faces around the room, and I do want to recognise a new Mayor, Kathy Duff, and can we give a hand clap? Is that okay? And our new Deputy Mayor, Danita Potter, so great too. So that's just so awesome. So, and of course there's some new councillors, so welcome to all of you, and of course some old timers too, which is good to always have the wisdom, isn't it? And of course also want to acknowledge all the council staff and other members of the public here as well today. So it's the first major council meeting, I understand, the first council meeting, and so new team, new season, new times, new opportunities. Wow, great opportunities, isn't it? And move forward. For those who don't know me, I'm Pastor Lyle Slinger from a church in the marketplace, just down next door to Concord Gym, about the last building going out of town towards Cumbia. And but you know, not only am I a pastor, I'm also a businessman, so I've got a foot in both camps. So I'm interested in the business things that happen in South Burnett, and also the things that happen with the churches. You know, I'm very interested in the welfare and prosperity of our region, and you know, and seeing it moving forward. It's what we need to see in this day and hour, isn't it? And I believe that at the end of the day, we the churches and you the council all have the same goal in mind for our community in the South Burnett. That is to see our community being one that holds good values and where people want to come. And you know why? Because I think the word is out that Kingaroy and the South Burnett is a good place to come and live and put roots down. In fact, in our church congregation, we've had a number of people over the last few years that have moved from the coast to Kingaroy and put their roots down here. So there's something good about the South Burnett region, and under this new council, it's even going to be better, we believe. And you know, I want to mention too that some of the new trees that have been planted down Walter Road looks fabulous. You know, we've driven a bit around Queensland. You go through towns that some towns you just can't wait to get out of. Other towns you think, wow, this looks great. And that's such a great entrance now, those trees down there. And so congratulations, whoever is in charge of that. It enhances the beauty of the place and some first impression of a town that causes you to want to come back. So thank you for doing that. We do as a church congregation pray often for our mayor, our deputy mayor and the council administration staff and all the council workforce who get their hands dirty out there doing all that work on the roads, the parks and everything else, and keeping the place looking neat and tidy. Now there's a verse in the Bible that says, if any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God who gives generously to all. And we need that in this hour, don't we? The world's in such a mess, so we need wisdom to know how to do what you are called to do in this place. And, you know, to know what is best for our region and the courage to carry it out. So we need gutsy councillors, don't we, that will make a change and do things that are good for our community. Secondly, we are reminded in the Bible that prayers and giving of thanks be made for all men, for kings and all who are in authority. And you all are here in authority. That we, the community, may lead a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and reverence. That means as we pray for those in authority, which I want to tell you the churches in the South Burnett do that. So as we pray for those in authority, which is the local councillors, then we, the residents of the South Burnett, will be living in a region of peace and tranquility. Sounds like utopia. So your role is to create utopia for us. Haha, but you know, you do a great job, so thank you for what you do. We see some of the things happening in places, and I'm just glad I live in the South Burner and have got councillors that are responsible and not too up the tree yet. So this morning, I just want to pray that God's blessing over this newly elected council, all the administrative staff and council workforce. So let us pray this morning, please. Father God, I pray in Jesus' name that your blessing, favour and wisdom will rest upon our new mayor, deputy mayor and this team of councillors as they make decisions in regard to the South Burnett region. I pray that they will provide good governance for this region and that this region will prosper and further develop under their hand of stewardship and leadership. Also pray for all the administrative staff and the council workforce. We pray especially for safety for the workforce as they are out and about on roads carrying out various activities. I ask your blessing today over these council proceedings, that things will just flow unanimously, that there will always be an atmosphere of cooperation and working together in this chamber for the good of our community. And so, Father, we thank you for this new time, this new season, a new team and new opportunities. And we thank you, Lord, for good things happening in our South Burnett region. In Jesus' name. Amen. God bless you all.
Thank you, Pastor Lyle. We're very pleased to have you here, and I'm looking forward to working with the Ministers Association into the future. And we're hoping to have someone present at every general meeting. That would be wonderful, to offer prayers for our council. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So I now call on our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Danita Potter, to perform the recognition of traditional owners.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the land upon which we meet, the Waka Waka people, and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. So now I'm asking for declarations of interest. So does anyone have a declaration of interest? Councillor Sander.
I have two declarations. One declaration of interest for item 10.13, the contractual arrangements for entered into over 200,000 with council, and item 17.13. For the 10.131 is because I also sit on that list of contracts with council, with my wife managing the Bajocka-Peterson Dam and Burn Dam and Dam. And 17.3 is with my wife managing the Bajocka-Peterson Dam in close proximity to the application.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. So with those,
So, Councillor Sanders, you wish to stay in the room for 17.3?
Yeah, for 10.13, I'll remove myself from the room. And 17.3, I request to stay in the room, please.
So thank you. We'll note those, and when we get to those items, we'll. Oh, so sorry. So we need to vote on the item 17.3 now, whether we believe that Councillor Sander can stay in the room. So with regards to the new changes, I think that Councillor Sander stays in while we vote. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've actually sought advice on that because I'm not 100% in the model rules that the department we're talking about. Custom and practice, and I believe still the correct procedure is the council will remove himself from the room for the vote, just for this vote. If there's any questions council has, so the process is for the new councillors moved and seconded that Councillor Sanders is able to conduct his business in the public interest, and whilst recognising there may be a conflict, the matter can be dealt with in the public interest and he can stay in the room and participate and vote. Moved, seconded, voted upon, Councillor Sanders returns and then participates normally.
Okay, so I think in this instance, if you could leave the room, Councillor Sander, that while we discuss whether we believe you should be able to stay in for that particular item 17.3. Thank you. Okay, so I'm asking councillors what their thoughts are on this. I'd like to move that I believe that Councillor Sander can stay in the room. I don't think he's got. I think he'll be able to make a decision that won't affect, like, that's not a biased decision. Second, Councillor Erkins. Any other discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried. If we could ask Councillor Sander to come back in. Thank you, Councillor Sanders. So it was agreed by the council that you can stay in the room for item 17.3. So now we're moving on to, I'd like, oh, sorry, Councillor Hyde.
Yes, just with section 15.2, both Councillor Deneen and I are members of the Go Get a Girls Club, which is that funding for the Play Our Way programme, which is involved in that. Neither of us are on the executive, so I don't believe it's a conflict of interest. I just wanted to declare it.
So yes, thank you, and that can be noted in the minutes. Thank you. So now I'd like to call on Councillor, our Deputy Mayor, Danita Potter, just to explain why we're all wearing denim today, just for the purpose of the gallery, members of the gallery and anyone listening. We are all wearing denim for a particular reason. So I'll ask Deputy Mayor Potter to explain why.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So Denim Day began in 1992 when an 18-year-old girl was raped in Italy. They prosecuted the fellow, but he actually came back after a couple of years and decided he was going to fight the conviction. The judge at the time said that, no, there's no conviction here. He's found innocent because her jeans were too tight. And then ever since that conviction, the very next day, the women in the Italian Parliament launched a protest wearing jeans on the steps of the Supreme Court. And this protest was picked up by the international media. And therefore, Denim Day was started actually first in Los Angeles. But this is why Denim Day is very important, because we've got to fight. We've got to fight because there's sexual violence against women out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Potter. Now I'm doing something which probably is a breaking tradition a little bit, but because we have a new council team and it's the first council term for the 4 years, I've asked every councillor to prepare between a 3 and 5 minute speech to introduce themselves, to say why they stood for council, to potentially thank their supporters, and what they would like to achieve in the next 4 years. It's almost like in Parliament for some, a maiden speech. So I'd like to start with Deputy Mayor Potter.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I do want to thank the people of Division 3 for allowing me to serve them for another term. I feel very grateful for that privilege, so thank you again. I'm also grateful for the support from my family and friends, especially my husband, because I'm hardly ever home at night, and now he has to live off cheese and pickles on toast for dinner. So luckily he's okay with that. Big supply of pickles and cheese in my fridge. And I also look forward to working for the entire South Burnett region in my role as Deputy Mayor and supporting Mayor Duff in her role as Mayor for the South Burnett Regional Council. And this is a momentous occasion because she is the first female Mayor for the South Burnett Regional Council, and congratulations, because that is huge. So big one on that one. Look, I will fight for just about anything in our community that our community believes in, especially important things like I believe also with the Regional Universities Hub, which I am disappointed that we weren't one of those 4 that received that funding. And that's one of the fights that whoever goes to ALGA, I do believe that they will be fighting for us and asking the reasons why down at Canberra. So I think they'll be getting a couple knocks on the education doors down in Canberra. So the other one is I really believe that mental health and suicide prevention is a huge issue for our area. I'm chair of the South Burnett Suicide Prevention Working Group, and I truly believe in the work that we have so many different community organisations that do an amazing job in that space. we are there to support those organisations that do that work in that space. The Youth Council, we do not have enough members of Youth Council this year, but it's something I still truly believe in. So if you know of any youth out there that are interested, please send them our way, because Youth Council is the way that we can get youth interested in council and also interested in what's happening in their community. And they get to have a say, they get to engage with the councillors and the mayor and the senior staff on South Burnett Regional Council. So that for me is really important for the youth, because they're the ones that will be carrying this council forward in the next generation. Planning in the future, and planning and compliance in the future are two areas that I believe are probably the growth areas of council. We've had, we learnt yesterday that we've got, you know, over the last couple of years, planning has grown, you know, it's doubled. The amount of applications towards planning has doubled. So I do believe that planning and compliance is going to be a huge area moving forward, and I think that's something as a council we are preparing for. We all know that roads are an issue, and yes, we all fight for roads. I know in my first term, we fought for Logan Street, and I thank the first region councillors, Councillor Hyatt and Councillor Duff, for helping me get Logan Street bitumened. It was one of the last streets, I think, in Kingaroy that needed bitumen. So, and I do appreciate that. So I will do my darndest, and I will fight hard for my community and my division for every single thing that we believe as a council is needed in our community, and what our community believes is needed for our community. So thank you again very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Potter. Councillor Sanders.
I'd just like to thank the team of council that I've come into. I'd like to thank the ratepayers that voted for me and supported me during my campaign. This is very different for me. I'm usually sitting on a machine out in the middle of a paddock somewhere and doing construction. So this is totally different for me. What I'd like to do and see from council in the next 4 years is try to, and what we heard during the campaign is people want things to go back to basics. Repair the roads, repair, you know, your towns and stuff that are overgrown, bring that back to a standard. Basically roads, rates and rubbish. We've heard in the last couple of weeks stuff to do with waste. I want to try and work with staff to fix these problems and work with council as a whole to try, and I think we're all on the same page. I think we'll work well together. And there's a lot of little things that it won't take much to fix, but it's what people see. So, and that'll make the area prosper and bring it back to a standard that everyone should be proud of in the region. And the little towns and villages, I want to, even though I reside in Mergen and it was raised during the election that people in the small villages feel neglected, I'll work with those villages of Highsville and places like that to bring back that, so we're all in a whole, like the whole of South Burnett. We can work together as a South Burnett community and not just have these little individual towns that feel as though they've been neglected. I want to try and remove some of the waste, everything that's been risen during the election. There are areas that can be reduced and the waste can be redirected to other areas of importance, so that everyone in the region is feeling as though they're a part of one big region. So I really want to work with staff and stuff to try and the council to bring that back to a certain standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor Kathy. And thank you to everybody who has placed their trust in my ability to represent you as a Division 2 councillor. I also thank my family and friends for all their support during this whole campaign and getting me across the line. So as part of my goals is to be accessible, transparent and professional in all my actions and transactions with people. Since we got into council, it's been an absolute whirlwind of activity. And one thing I've found is I still have a very lot to learn. So I'm hopeful that you can all help me on that journey to learning how this whole thing as a councillor works. So I've attended a lot of training sessions and briefings, community meetings, and everyone has been very helpful and supportive, and especially letting me know what it is that they want for us as councillors and for the South Burnett as a whole. I'm thoroughly enjoying this experience so far and getting to know more about our communities and what they want. I've had a lot of invitations to attend meetings, and for those that I haven't been able to get to, I do apologise. I hope that I can get to you soon. At this stage, the biggest concerns or interactions that I have had with the community are really focused around our roads. Sorry, Aaron, you're under the spotlight here. So they're very concerned about the potholes and in some cases the less than acceptable standards of our roads. But I can hopefully reassure the public that our roads and maintenance teams are doing their very best to get on top of this situation. As a council, we are very committed to improving our roads and making travel safe for everyone. I personally have been out and about taking lots of photographs and sending the details into council, and I can assure you there's a lot more coming. So I've got a long list of customer requests for action on a variety of issues around the place, and those residents and ratepayers, I would just like to let you know that I am working diligently to action those, and I will be back in touch as soon as I possibly can. It's my goal to work hard and focus on the future of the South Burnett. I'm truly looking forward to working with my fellow councillors. I think we are a great bunch of people, and it's going to be a really good 4 years. And I want to be part of making decisions that make our residents, businesses and ratepayers look forward to the future. So I want to see the South Burnett thrive and grow at a pace that will bring steady jobs and prosperity to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Height.
Thank you, Mayor Duff. I'm very excited to be back. I've got a great passion for this region and I love working for the region, and I'm really pleased to be back on council to make the decisions, assist with making the decisions to make this into a fantastic region. Very appreciative of my family and friends and supporters who've been so encouraging over the, during this campaign. Campaigning's always horrible. Nobody likes campaigning for elections, but it's unfortunately comes with the job. That's what you've got to do. But yeah, I had some wonderful supporters and I'm very pleased to be back. Couple of things, I agree with a couple of things that have been said. As Councillor Sanders said, a lot of our smaller communities do feel a bit forgotten, and a lot of those are in Division 6, and I will be trying to promote them as well as the whole of Division 6 and the whole region, because I think we all have to work together, but they certainly are feeling that they get a bit neglected, so I would like to prioritise that. And roads, roads are an ongoing challenge, and they're just, a never-ending sink of money, unfortunately, but we will do our very best to get them to a standard so people can enjoy travelling our roads and our businesses are not impeded. Going forward, I guess I've got 3 objectives that I'd like to work for in this term of council. The first and probably the most important is to develop a cohesive culture of cooperation with councillors and staff. We need to work together to be effective. And that's what we need to do. We need to have an open, trusting relationship that we can progress this region through council together and develop the culture that everybody wants to work for council and work to make this the best region we can. Secondly, I would like to work to give our residents, ratepayers, the very best council, and we will do that if we can get that culture really well and everybody working effectively. And thirdly, make the South Burnett a region we can really be proud to call home, which we already do, but let's make it even better. Thank you, and I look forward to the 4 years ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would, like everyone has, like to thank my community and my family for returning me to council. I received 500 more votes this time than last time, so I'm taking that as a show of support from my Division 1 voters. And I'd like to assure you all that I'm going to do the best for my community. I would also like to thank my family and friends, although I'm a little bit suspect that my family were keen to get me back into council and out of their hair. But anyway, it's definitely meant a lot of missed family times and coffee catch-ups with mates being on council, and even my shed music has had to take a back seat. A little about myself. I moved to Nanango on the 1st of January 1980, and now consider, as I think I've got more friends in the cemetery than I have down the street, I reckon I'm probably pretty close to being a local. I'd also like to congratulate my fellow councillors and say how delighted I am to be working with such a group of community advocates for their community. But I'd also like to pay my respect to councillors Otto, Shoemaker, Jones and Henshin, who were here when I came in, and I really appreciate the support that they gave me on coming into council. I'd like to congratulate Mayor Kathy Duff, who has assured me that she is going to be leading the best council in Queensland. And I think we're all very proud to be part of that council. I really love working with my community and community organisations, and I would like to invite anyone who has an issue to contact me and arrange a face-to-face meeting so that we can have a clear understanding of what your issues are and my ability to assist to either solve or accept the problems, because some we just can't do anything about. We would all love to see 2-lane bitumen highways everywhere, but unfortunately we're all constrained by budgets, and hopefully the community can understand that while they would all like to have those bitumen roads and all those great facilities, we are constrained by budgets, and we can only do what we can do. I know budgets are tight, and we're asking our staff to make cutbacks. And that's to assist our residents in their rates, and we're trying to keep things down. So, on one hand we'd like all this stuff, on another someone's got to pay for it. So I hope that our community keep that in mind. With increased living expenses and the shortage of affordable houses, I believe I've got an understanding of how tough things are for some of our residents. But a lot of these issues are out of the control of council, but I definitely understand and advocate for all members of our community. Many people tell me the reason they choose to move to Division 1 in Nanango is because it is such a friendly and community-minded area. And I believe it's a great reputation to have, and it's one that I work hard to promote. So I'm looking forward to the next 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Deneen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Duff. I'd like to start by saying that I'm so pleased to be here. Is it on? The light's on here.
Oh, sorry.
Anyway, all fixed. You see what fantastic staff we have and why I'm so delighted to come to this organisation. I have go back quite a long way with a few of the councillors, and I really think that we've got a fantastic team. I'm so looking forward to working with you all. You know, Kathy and I go back, Mayor Duff and I go back a very long way. I remember judging at Monte Show one year with her, possibly 25 years ago, dancing in the dark until about 1 o'clock in the morning, and then getting up to judge the next day. And that describes Mayor Duff, resilient, happy to keep doing things for community, and I believe that our councillors in this chamber are all of that cloth. They're all the same. They want to work really hard for the community. They want to encourage people to come here because, after all, I only came here for a job 41 years ago. You couldn't drag me away now because I actually don't really like the cold, but the rest of it I love. Being born in Cairns on Boxing Day, you know, we have the opportunity with our new council to form a very cohesive and forward-thinking group. We've got a lot of work to do, as all councils do. We've got great staff here who support us. I really think that those basics, the roads, the rates and the rubbish, which we are going to no doubt have many discussions about the cost efficiencies and how we can do it better. And I know that that's what people have done all of the time up until now, and that we'll continue to do that. And that's my promise to the wonderful ratepayers who voted me in, my beautiful family who supported me enormously, and to everybody in the Shire to say that we're going to work really hard for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Janine. I would also like to acknowledge the former councillors, Gavin Jones, Kirsty Shoemaker, Scott Henson and Mayor Otto, who were part of this last term of council and certainly did a great job in progressing the region, and just wanted to acknowledge their contribution over the last term of council, and some were prior to that as well. Gavin Jones, I think, was there the term before as well. So yes, just a shout out to those former councillors who did a great job in the last term and some the term before. So now we're thank you for the wonderful addresses by the councillors. You can see we have a great team to work with. We're all community minded and we're looking forward to a great 4 years. So now we're getting down to the more ordinary business, the boring stuff, but anyway, so we're just moving on to the confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. So call for someone to move that. Councillor Erkins, seconded Councillor Potter. All those in favour? All those against? Carried. So now we move on to the minutes of the special council meeting, which is on page 55. So we've got a 1,000 pages of our agenda, so sometimes we might be a bit slow turning the pages, but we're on to the minutes of the special council meeting. That was held on the 4th of April 2024. Could someone move Councillor Height, someone to second that? Councillor Little. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we have no notices of motion. Business outstanding is on page 65. So would someone move that the business outstanding table for ordinary council meeting be accepted? Councillor Erkins, seconded Councillor Potter. So do we have any discussion around the business outstanding? So there's quite a few items there. Is everyone happy that Councillor Deputy Mayor Potter?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I just have a couple of issues with regards to business outstandings on page 68 and also on page 70 with regards to Kingarokuya Road intersection and the Weeks Road intersection. And I'd just like to know whether that's been taken to attack or whether we've chatted to TMR, because I do believe we've been told before it's not an issue, but with the residents keep asking me with regards to that intersection and the danger of it, and how someone actually had a close call the other day because it's on a curve, and when you're stopping to turn and there's a big truck coming up your backside, there's a car onward coming, and there's nowhere to go because there's signage on the left, so you even can't veer around the vehicle. So signage and a ditch. So it's really important that we actually do something about that particular intersection. I know it's main roads, but we really need to advocate for our community with regards to that one. I just would like to know, because that was actually a question I noticed put by Councillor Shoemaker, but it's something we have discussed in council for a while. And also an update on Tangeringee Bridge, because I know it's been taken to tack and we're doing some work on Tangeringee Bridge. For those of you that don't know, it's a single lane bridge right near the Tangeringee School, just the other side of Maidenwell. The other one is, I'm just not too sure where we're at with regards to the Mondure Church, and we were looking at that cemetery issue with regards to Mondure Church and what the Anglican Church was going to do there. My next one was on 75 and 88 with regards to Goodger Hall, whether we've got that accepted, whether that's been through, whether we've got, whether the department has signed our paperwork, and whether that's back in council hands yet, because we need to, then we can make contact with the community group that's interested so they can actually start their full incorporation process, because they didn't want to start that process until that's in council's hands. Also with regards to the SES application, I couldn't see any information there with regarding to that. That's on page 78. And I would like to know where that grant application is at. Page 79 was the community health building, which we've discussed before, and I'm just wondering whether we've had those chats with Queensland Health. The other one was the youth engagement hub and where we're at with that one. I know we were talking to CTC, so I just wouldn't mind an update on that one. And on page 87, I think we've all received a letter recently, but with regards to the South Burnett Childcare Centre, and we were looking at those blocks of land and we were trying to separate them off so we could give them an actual proper lease, long-term lease for the childcare centre. They're my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Potter. I might just hand over to Aaron to address the first two, which are on the roads, and then to move to Acting General Manager Leanne to manage the others. I think the SES is also, I think, yours. So if you speak to those three, please, General Manager Meehan.
Good morning, through you, Madam Mayor. I'll try and pick up all the ones I think that were mine. Just in relation to Kingaroy Barkers Creek Road, Tangeringee Bridge, and the Weeks Road intersection, I'll refer those to the next TAC meeting. They are TMR assets, just for everyone's benefit. Obviously, Weeks Road is ours, but the intersection belongs to TMR. Just in relation to the SES vehicle, I'll follow up on that. I actually signed a grant letter this morning for a submission in relation to a vehicle. So I'll just take that one on notice, Madam Mayor, and provide an update at the next one, if that's okay.
Thank you. Acting General Manager Leanne, if you could talk to the Mondure Church, the Goodger Hall, the Community Health Building, the Youth Engagement Hub, and SB Child Centre.
Yep, thank you. Just referring to the Mondure Hall discussion, we've had discussions with the Anglican Church just in regards to having a look at whether or not the community might be interested in taking over the management of the church and the grounds, and whether or not the Anglican Church would, I suppose, participate in some of those discussions to see if that's an option. Their first option was to resolve to have it gifted to council, and we were having some look into whether or not the church grounds could actually be subdivided. So it could be that the church may be subdivided off from the actual cemetery and the cemetery would remain. That's really not possible there with the size of the allotment, and and also there's no formed road as well, so there's some limitations with that sort of subdivision. So the church is aware that the community has got some interest at Monjord, and it probably needs further investigation, just talking to the Monjord community about what that would look like, who would be responsible if they took it on. Is there a particular committee? Would it fall under an existing committee that exists already out at Monjord? Or is it that, something new needs to form in Monjord? So further discussions need to occur. But yes, we have progressed a little with the Anglican Church, and yes, they've indicated their preference was to gift it and no longer be responsible for the asset. And based on the discussion that we had in council, council wasn't keen really to take on the asset as well and be responsible for a church and a cemetery. So I think where to from here is we would pick that up and probably meet with the Monjord community now that we've actually, council's bedded down. We would start those conversations again and just have a chat to some of the existing groups. And the one that comes to mind is the Monjord Hall Committee. It could be that we need to have an open invitation to residents of Monjord and just see what they're thinking as well for that, for their church and their cemetery. So that's where that one's at, progressing.
So I have had discussions with the community, and there is some interest, as you have flagged. My concern is that the church won't just, once council says no, just put it on the open market. That's has happened in the past. So just as long as the community does have a chance to negotiate with the church before they actually do that.
Yes, and we've expressed that to the Anglican Church that we're interested in being part of that and having those discussions. Certainly we've indicated that the cemetery is very important to the community and to council, so it's in our interest to look after or progress a way forward with the cemetery. So the church is aware that, we're not saying no, we're walking away from it, we're just wanting to have further discussions.
That's very good, thank you.
So the Goodger School, so yes, the documentation has gone to the department for council to look at becoming the trustees of the school and the school land. What we're also waiting on still is for the community organisation to form and get their incorporation in place as well. So the two items are happening at the same time. The community group's forming, getting their incorporation, and at the same time we're liaising with the department to make sure that we can get that trusteeship over. So those two items are progressing together. The community health building, we have reached out to Queensland Health to express interest again to see if there's any update within the department to see if they're wanting to progress with us looking at the purchase or gifting or leasing of the community health building. They have forwarded now into a team within community health that are interested in progressing those discussions, and we have a new contact person to work through with that. So so the department hasn't resolved to actually dispose of the asset, but they are very aware that we're interested in continuing those conversations. The Youth Engagement Hub, this item probably hasn't progressed with CTC at this point. The conversations that we've been having with CTC has sort of moved over to their actual youth park and the area that they lease from us or sublease from us, and we lease from Bega. So we're just looking at that whole area, that the youth centre and the skate park. So that's where those discussions are at. But yes, part of that would be is to pick up from that and carry on and have further sort of discussion around the Youth Engagement Hub. The Childcare Centre, what can happen with the Childcare Centre is we need to progress a planning application now for the land to be subdivided out of that allotment and broken into two allotments. So then the one allotment, the Childcare Centre can have a lease arrangement over, or I think their intent or their interest is to actually have the land gifted to them. So then that could be pursued, but council would have to work through a development application for that site now. So we will engage a planning firm to prepare that application for us. So that will take some months, but that will come back to council.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for that opportunity, and thank you to the general managers for giving me that feedback.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Potter. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. The resolution on page 86, South Burnett Regional Council reviewed the overgrown property policy, and that we're to have a review of that local law. One of my concerns on there is there seems to be people that are contacting me because their block next door to them is overgrown, but we don't cover that. So I'd like to know whether we can look at what our options are for blocks that are, whether they're on acreage or whether they're in town, that we can look at whether they're a fire hazard regardless of where they're located and what the size of the block. So if we can incorporate that into there.
Madam Mayor, if I may, Councillor, that it hasn't progressed to a workshop with councillors yet. Next cab up the rank is dogs, but this one isn't far behind it. The local laws, the two repealing ones, they are a big job in their own right, which I've said before, because they are literally, as their name says, a law. So, but on your specific points, that there's inconsistencies that we believe are between us and QFIS as far as some of these blocks, the rural residential areas and the maps and the local laws. So all those points you just raised will be picked up and discussed with you as a workshop, and then go through as to what's council's appetite for change of maps, where do they go. And when you read those local laws, and given their age from 2011, the world's moved on in legislation space in this as well, so to bring them back in line with that. So all those points you raised, we actually literally this last week had a cross-reference as far as a working group on this one, and another aspect of the local laws, and looking at what can we do, what can we lawfully do, where do we go if we issue a notice on this block, will it stand, will it won't stand, and so we'll certainly incorporate that.
Thank you, CEO Mark. Are you happy with that response, Councillor Erkins? Yes. Okay. Is there any more discussion around the outstanding business? Oh, Councillor Sander.
On page 70, there's a question on notice from you, Mayor Duff, why the Mergen Gander Road has been referred to RMPC and TMR. Can we get an update on that, please?
General Manager Meehan.
Yeah, through the chair, I believe that's in relation to one of the floodways. I thought we might have covered that off at the last council meeting before the end of term, but I'll just confirm. That was in relation to works being done on that road. Main roads are directed to be done under RMPC as opposed to capital upgrades. But I can take that one on notice to provide I'll just have to go back and look at what the actual works was that was being queried.
Yes. So are you happy that will you bring that back to the next meeting?
Yeah, I'll just put it on the agenda. I might just, if the council is happy, I might just put on the scope of the RMPC works that are planned for that road, and that might just clarify what's in and what's out.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Sander?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so it's been moved. Oh, sorry, Councillor Height.
Yeah, can I just make a suggestion? With these business outstanding table, which is a very long table, it was very confusing going through it. Could it be subdivided into which general manager is responsible for it? And then each council meeting, we get an update on all of them. So we try and get some action on these. There's an awful lot of them. And I just felt if they were divided into each category and each month we got an update, we would progress them maybe faster.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. I'll hand over to CEO Mark to see if that's achievable.
Yeah, anything's achievable, Mayor. Yeah, no, they're in sequential order as far as date and resolution. So, yeah, we'll have a look and see if we can break them up into departments.
I think it's a good idea, and I also think it's a good idea if we go through and everyone issue is addressed, because that way we are all up to date on what's happening, because these are important decisions of council. So it's been moved by Councillor Erkins and seconded by Councillor Potter that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So now we're moving on to item 10.1 on page 91. So that one is notice to repeal South Bank Regional Council Councillor Portfolio's representative policy. So that one is, I'd like to move that one, because that was, and I'll stand for this one, that was my, I asked the council team if I could make a captain's call on this one. I know it's very different to not have the portfolios, but it's very much what I campaigned on was back to basics. Some of the councillors have already flagged that the community feels like those smaller areas are not being supported. I believe that because I was a councillor back in the Wandai Shire when we had 9 councillors and 1 mayor supporting 3,200 people. Now we've got 1 councillor in a division supporting about 3,800 people. I believe that that if we want to have a really great council, that the reason why we have divisions and people passionately wanted divisions is because they want someone to bat for them. And so what I believe would be an amazing council is where everybody looks after their division and they know their division 100%. And that's how we started out when we first had amalgamated council. We didn't have portfolios, we just had divisional councillors. And they were all passionate, they all knew their communities backwards, and we built a trust. So if Councillor, for example, Councillor Little came to the table and she said, "Oh, I know that my community's passionate about this," we all believed and trusted in what she had said. So we brought everyone brings to the table the issues and concerns for their community. But then as a collective, because we're all community-minded councillors, we make a decision to help everybody. So that's I'd like to put this, I've asked for this to be the captain's call, because traditionally the mayor has been able to say, well, this is what we want, this is what portfolios or not portfolios. I was actually part of the time when the then Mayor Kratzman decided to have portfolios. I know exactly why he did it, and they were there for a specific reason. That was because councillors felt like we weren't getting across what was happening enough, and so we started to spread ourselves out and try and be across the whole region. I don't believe it's worked. I believe that what's happened is councillors have found it very difficult to be a portfolio holder and a divisional councillor, and the communities become confused about whether they go to their portfolio holder or the divisional councillor. I also think that what's been sad about it is that where, for example, in Councillor Erkin's area, if she bats for, and which she has, the Tipperary flat upgrade, me as portfolio holder, who was just not actually doing much with it, would get the accolades for it, because the portfolio holder is the media spokesperson and the one that leads it. So for me, this is a back to basics council. This is about looking after our communities, and I would love if I could have the support of the councillors to trial this for this term, because this is what I've campaigned on. I campaigned about getting the locals back in their depots. It's about getting the phone systems, and that's further on the agenda, so that you can ring up and you get someone from Blackbutt. I want us to be community, very, very community focused, and so I'm asking for the support of the chamber to make this the captain's call, and it's my hopes and dreams that we can absolutely be magnificent divisional councillors, so that the communities all feel like they're being supported, but when we come to the table, we make collective decisions to support the whole of the South Burnett. And I also believe that we should be across everything. The portfolio means that the roads, like if we just have every councillor, the model is to have workshops, so we're all on the same page. We've all been able to talk about the road issues in all of our communities, and we come to the table at the workshop and we give a direction to what we want to see happen into the future. But yeah, I'm very, very passionate about having this model going forward for this term of council. Thank you. So now our speakers, someone to second it. Oh, I should probably ask for someone to second it first,
Yeah.
shouldn't I? Sorry.
So, through the chair, I'm happy to second
Sorry, yeah.
seconding the motion.
Second by Councillor
But
Erkins.
can I just ask, is it possible to make an amendment to that motion?
It's actually just to repeal.
Yeah, probably
I
not.
would like, can I
Yeah,
just...
yeah. I was going to say probably not to that one. If you want to add something, could we do it as a separate bit, because the resolution is quite procedural to repeal the old policy. So it would.
Can I tell you what my
Yes.
amendment would be then, so you can tell me whether it's suitable? That we revisit in 12 months to see whether it's working or whether we need to look at it again. I'm happy, more than happy to support the motion, but I would really like us to revisit in 12 months to see whether that is working as a separate.
Is it the same motion with a separate?
Yeah, no. If we could just do that as a separate, because the repeal resolutions are. I know councils do it, but they probably shouldn't. So best to do this one and then foreshadow that one, and so we'll just do him straight after
so I'm
this
happy
if the
to
meeting
second the
agrees.
motion.
Okay, so then we can have another motion on that one. So Deputy Mayor Potter. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hyde.
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment on this. With any system, there's pros and cons. So certainly when Councillor Duff raised this, I could see some advantages, see some disadvantages. And there's been fair bit of discussion in the media and in both ways. Some people don't like change, I think. I think it was obvious in the election period that there was a lot of dissatisfaction with council. And basically, if you do what you've always done, you'll get what you've always got. So this is trying something different, and I'm certainly prepared to give it a go, but it will only work if we as a team work together. So I'm happy to support it and happy to give it a go. But as Councillor Erkins said, we can always have a discussion, and if we think it's not working, we can always be open to change it. But at this stage, I'm fully supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Deputy Mayor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm actually supportive of this motion, but I really would like, I know you've been speaking to someone, Donna from LGAQ, I think. So I would actually really like to have her come up and have a chat to us, because I know you've spoken to her quite a bit about how this works with council, but I would like to speak to her, and I would like her to come and sort of explain to us as a council on the way that she sees this moving forward. And yes, I do agree that in 12 months we revisit it and see how it's working.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any other discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. So the vote, this one is to repeal, notice to repeal South Burnett Regional Council Infrastructure Environment. Notice to repeal South Burnett Regional Council Councillor Portfolio Representative Policy Statutory 003. So we've got a mover and a seconder. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So the next two, now we'll move on to Councillor Erkins' motion.
So I would like to screen blank.
So
Not with us. Do we need to wait till that comes back? Okay. I'd like to move that we revisit the portfolio discussion in 12 months.
in 12 months. So that would be
12 months. Sorry?
Yeah, I think
was looking for some-
I think Deputy Mayor Potter wants to incorporate getting the Donna Nielsen from the
sorry.
LGAQ to
Yes.
come up as
And
part of that.
Yeah, and we have Donna, I'm not sure of her last name,
Nielsen from LGA,
Yep.
from Peak Services. She's
Yep.
she on behalf of
to give us a better understanding of how it's going to work and to show us the best way to incorporate the system.
Are you happy with yeah? Well, so you're happy with that one. So Deputy Mayor Potter.
Yeah, look, I'm happy with that as long as the Donna happens fairly quickly, like within
We have within 2 months for Donna,
1 month.
Yes.
1 month.
Well, it would depend. Well, just hand
Sorry,
over to
yeah.
CEO
If
Mark.
I may suggest July, because like with this financial year with budgets and everything else, by the time we get through that process, you're going to be flat out, and then giving them lead time. So July would be really good if that's possible.
Are you happy? Everyone happy with that?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm happy
Okay.
with that.
So Councillor Erkins has moved. Have we got the wording again? You good with it? Did you get that down? That council.
Ready to do again? Okay, that council revisit the portfolio allocation portfolio system, in 12 months, or maybe in April
April 2025.
25, and that we hold a workshop with Donna.
Nielsen from
Nielsen.
Peak Services. From Peak.
No, it's Donna. We actually.
Yeah.
With Donna, yeah. In July.
2024.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
So Councillor Erkins has moved that. Councillor Potter has seconded that. Is there any discussion around that? Everyone happy? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So now the next two are to repeal what we've just decided. So the notice to repeal South Burnett Regional Council Infrastructure, Environment and Compliance Standing Committee Terms of Reference, Statutory 066. Someone to move that. Deputy Mayor Potter, seconded Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. And there's 10.3, notice to repeal South Burnett Regional Council Livability, Governance and Finance Standing Committee Terms of Reference, Statutory 067. Someone to move that. Councillor Sander. Someone to second that. Councillor Height. All those, any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Now the next one is to the notice to repeal South Burnett Regional Council Community Reference Group Term of Reference Strategic 010, and that was just to do with the Kingaroy Transformation Project. So that group is no longer relevant because that project is complete. So someone to move that. Deputy Mayor Potter. Someone to second that. Councillor Height. Any discussion? All those in favour? Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. So that was Deputy Mayor Potter and seconded Councillor Height. But did you want to discuss that, Councillor
I
Height?
just wanted to make a comment from that.
Yes, Councillor Height.
Community reference groups is always important. Are there any learnings we can take from this reference group that could be used in future community consultations? Should we adapt that policy and have it ongoing for future community consultations?
So I'll hand over to General Manager Meehan.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So I think there's merit in when James comes to have a look at your budget for next year. We've actually tiered the projects based on risk. So we've got tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Some of those are on financial, some of those are on scope, but some of those are on community impact as well. I think there's relevance there for council to probably review its community engagement policy in future, and maybe with those tiered on the complexity of the projects, look to predetermine how we're going to engage with the community on high risk, particularly ones of reputational through there. So I think there's one thing we've learned from there, I think, is that where we have high impact projects in the community, I think there's, prior to that, maybe it's a discussion with council how we want to structure up how those projects are managed, particularly between officers and councillors, and managing with stakeholders on the ground. I think it's important. So, yeah, that's probably my feedback, councillor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Everyone happy? All those in, so we've got a mover is Councillor Potter and second is Councillor Height. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So now we're moving on to item 10.5, which is budget parameters and timelines, and that's on page 112. So that one is that the summary is provide the principles and brief explanation of the components required to collate and compile the annual budget, including parameters and timelines for the delivery of the 24-25 annual budget. So this is so I'll read out the officer's recommendation that South Burnt Regional Council note for information the budget parameters and timelines report for the 2024-25 annual budget. And number 2, note that the report will give guidance for the development of an initial draft budget, noting that councillors will review and develop the budget in accordance with legislative framework, and that the final draft budget will be formally adopted on the 10th of July 2024. So I would just like to move, so in that the parameters, we've asked the staff to come back with a 3% rate rise in the general rate, and I would like to add a dot point that staff be asked to model a budget on the 0% rate rise as well. So I'd like to add that as a dot point, and I think Councillor Sander had a... Did you want to... I thought you had an additional to investigate all options. Sorry, mine was staff be asked to model a budget on a 0% rate rise, and I thought that Councillor Sander had... Did you have something that you wanted to add as a dot point? Well, you talked to me about, or talked to us about the gravel. Did you?
Yeah. With additional savings to try and find extra savings in the process of council revisiting or investigating opening their existing gravel pits in the region so that they're locally and not transporting long distances, and that would help with cost saving as well. But that's only one point.
So, I think CEO Mark, we want to put an extra dot point for those kind of issues that have been raised?
If I was going to just broaden, because there's more than one point the councillor has raised, council review and investigate alternative revenue sources and savings, and just keep it broad, and then it'll pick up all those points, such as gravel pits.
So we're happy to add that extra dot point.
Alternative revenue sources and savings.
And that would incorporate some of the issues that Councillor Sanders has raised in his addresses to the council. So, Deputy Mayor Potter?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, with regards to on page 114, top of page 115, with regards to employee costs, there's nothing in there saying that we're actually granting any new positions. And I think after a few discussions we've had over the last few weeks, I do believe that, maybe planning, compliance and communities probably need a bit of a top up with regards to that. So I just don't want that to be left out of the budget. If it comes back to budget here and we see that we just can't do it, fair enough. But I would like to see some of those in the budget for those new positions.
So, CEO Mark, do we need to put that as an extra dot point?
Yeah, it's probably a different report. The individual sections will come back. So this is those 2 points. It's well made, Councillor, and you've raised it before. There will be for example, one that we will need to engage next year will be a trade waste officer. That's compliance with the department and requirements. So, and that'll be a new position for us. The individual budget workshops will come along, and those staff and wages will be dealt with at that time. That would be the ideal time to put that one up.
Okay, so are there any more? So we've got the office's recommendation, so we need someone to move that. So I'd like to move that one. Someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. So any discussion now around those 4 dot points? I'll read them out finally before we vote, but any discussion? No, okay, so the motion reads that South Burnett Regional Council, 1, note for information the budget parameters and timelines report for the 24-25 annual budget, and 2, note that the report will give guidance for the development of an initial draft budget, noting that councillors will review and develop the budget in accordance with legislative framework, and that the final draft budget will be formally adopted on the 10th of July 2024. And number 3, staff be asked to model on a 0% rate rise. And number 4, council investigate alternative revenue sources and savings. So, sorry, General Manager Jarvis.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe that resolution should have a general rate increase. You've got a 0 rate increase there.
0% general rate. It should be a general rate.
You stated.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for picking up on that one. So, because yes, there are other sections in departments that have like the water and wastewater. They've all got their own different models in the rates, but this is just talking about the general rate rise. So, any Councillor Erkins?
I just want it to be made clear where we're asking for the staff to model on a 0% general rate rise. We're also asking for them to do it on a 3% general rate rise, because I just don't want the community to think that that it's going to be 0%. I mean, we're looking at the figures, and we're all striving, of course, for a 0% rate rise. However, our finances, we're going to be guided by what is affordable to do. And I just would also like to ask on the employee costs, so are we looking, when we're looking at staff working from their own towns or whatever, are we looking at redirecting staff? We're not looking at employing more staff, we're looking at redirecting staff we already have?
That absolutely, yes. So just on that one, so in the report it says about the 3%, so that's why we don't have to put that in the motion. We're asking to model on a 0% as well as what's already in the report is the 3%. Is that correct?
Yeah, I understand it is in there, but this is in the actual motion. I just don't want the community to be misled. That's my main concern, is community and not misled by that. Even if we put in there to model on a 0 up to 3%.
Okay,
just to make sure, as I said, it's if we allow the community to believe it's a 0% and it comes back and our finances, our workings out tell us that we can't do that, that it's going to be a 3%, I think they will be pretty upset. If we say we're going to go from 0 to 3 and we come in at 1%, I think that's great. We're still under 3. If we come in at 0, that's really good. But if we have to go to 3, I don't want community to think that we've somehow...
Yes, so you want to... Yeah, absolutely. So can we add that, CEO Mark, into the
0 to 3%.
resolution? Up to 3%.
Yep. Thank you.
So is
bearing in mind, acknowledging that we're modelling that. That's not the rate increase. That's what we're modelling on.
So, Councillor Deneen, as seconder, are you happy with that alteration?
Yes, I am, Councillor Mayor Duff.
Thank you.
I agree completely with Jane.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So now we're moving on to item 10.6, which is the adoption of the South Burnett Regional Council Revenue Policy, Statutory 005 on page 117. So I might just hand over to CEO Mark just to explain this one, or maybe General Manager Jarvis.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. This revenue policy is a statutory policy. It's adopted every year that gives us the head of power to deliver a budget. So it forms part of Council's annual budget in accordance with the Local Government Regulation of 2012, which states the strategic policy position of Council in relation to revenue measures to be adopted. So this gives us the framework or the capacity to deliver a budget. Thank you.
So could we have someone to move that? So Councillor Erkins and seconded Councillor Sander. Any discussion or questions on that council revenue policy? It's a statutory requirement. So we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 10.7, which is the adoption of the South Bend Regional Council investment policy. And that's 2024-25 statutory 009 on page 124. So again, I might ask General Manager Jarvis to explain that particular policy.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. This investment policy of 24-25, it provides a framework that the South Burnett Regional Council adheres to regarding the investment of surplus cash funds with the objective of maximising earnings within the approved investment guidelines and ensuring the security of funds invested. So it outlines where permitted with Council's risk appetite, where we can invest our surplus cash within the QTC. Normally is one of the investment bodies that is very safe, that Council has adopted, that we invest our money. So this is just again another statutory requirement that we adopt this policy in line with our budget going forward every year.
So I'll ask someone to move that. Councillor Sander, seconded Councillor Little. So any discussion around that? Any questions? If not, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So the next one is 10.8, adoption of the South Bend Regional Council Code of Competitive Neutrality Complaints Policy. That's on page 131. So who is that CEO Mark, if you'd like to explain that one?
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. The Code of Competitive Neutrality Complaints is a legislative requirement that we review this each year. Council has a number of business units as defined under the Act. The policy is very heavily reliant on the local government legislation, and it prescribes how, if an individual wishes to make a formal complaint specifically about a business unit, how that complaint is to be made.
So would someone like to move that? Councillor Little, seconded Councillor Height. Any discussion or questions to CEO Mark? If not, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. The next one is item 10.9, which is on page 136, and it's the adoption of the South Bend Regional Council Media Relations Policy, Strategic 001. And I think the change there would be, is a minor change, and it's just to where we've put the portfolio holder, we're just changing that to the divisional councillor, so that way if the media wants to contact the councillor specifically to do with their particular division, that's a process that can be followed through this policy. So could I have someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion around that?
The only one, if I may, Mayor. So the second point to this is it's a really good example of with the repealing of the portfolio policy, there's a number of council policies that refer to portfolio. So the second point of that is the administrative amendments. Rather than bringing you back 30 policies to change a word, the second one gives us, it will go through and literally control search, find, and replace portfolio with division.
Yes, so that's the second point is the South Bend Regional Council endorse the administrative amendments to policy reflecting the removal of the portfolio system. So that's item dot point number 2. So just on the media relations, so it's my intention to that the media can go straight to the divisional councillor, because normally it all goes through the mayor. The mayor is the media spokesperson, but I'm very keen to have the divisional councillors step up and be very much hands-on with the media. As some of you are new councillors, and the media can, it can be challenging, because you can be, sometimes what you say may not necessarily, you might say something that comes out the wrong way. So any councillor that's concerned can, I'm happy for you to take another councillor or myself with you if you're concerned about your negotiations with the media, or interactions with the media, I should say. And then also we have a media officer who is ready and willing always to help with any, if you want to do a press release or anything like that, but very much wanting to have good engagement with, and hopefully always positive stories. So the media that's in the room there, from representing South Burnett Times and South Burnett Today, and anyone who's online, South Burnett Online, wanting the stories, if at all possible, to be positive ones. So that's what we're looking for, a positive 4 years with the interaction with the councillors. So just keen to have councillors get out and about. If there's anything that's a good news story or anything that you want to put to the media, please make sure that we get some, because council does a lot of things. We do a lot of what would be regarded as good news stories, but they just slip through because we haven't identified that that's what we're doing. So wanted to make sure we don't miss with that. So that's why I'm really keen to see this policy adopted as is. So I've got Councillor Ros Hyde has moved it, Councillor Linda Little has seconded it. I'll just read it again. The South Burnett Regional Council Media Relations Policy Strategic 001 be adopted as presented, and that the South Burnett Council endorse the administrative amendments to policy reflecting the removal of the portfolio system. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to the South Burnett Regional Council Operational Plan 23-24 third quarter review on page 142. So who wants to speak to that one? Would that General Manager Jarvis, would you like to lead this, or CEO Mark? CEO Mark?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. There's not too much. I'm conscious of time and the large agenda, but it's the third quarter, so under the Local Government Act, we must, must report on the operational plan each quarter. The operational plan is the yearly document that gives life to some of the budget, to the budget initiatives, but also is the operational aspect of the corporate plan, which is a 5-year document, 5 operational plans to each corporate plan. We've colour-coded over this last year, trying to make it simpler as far as which ones are chugging along pretty well, which ones are a little bit at risk or may not be achieved in the current 12-month period. You'll see the majority of it's green, which is good, and happy to take questions or discussion at any point on time on the operational plan.
So would I have someone to move that? Deputy Mayor Potter, and seconded Councillor Little. So are there any questions to CEO Mark or any of the senior team? No questions? Everyone happy to move on? Okay, so I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we're moving on to the we might do this next item. 10, we're up to 10.11 on page 193. That's the third quarter budget revision. So that goes from 193 to page 210. So I might hand over to General Manager Jarvis.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, an overview of the third quarter adjustments that were made there is we saw a decrease to our capital expenditure budget from 42 million down to 37.5 million. The main things within our operational budget, we saw the movement there with the net effect of the third quarter operational adjustments created an improvement to our proposed deficit of $184,645. So the adopted budget the deficit was projected at 3.489 million, and the third quarter adjustments now see that we now have an improved position of $3.382 million. Council's in a very strong cash position, and that's virtually an overview, Madam Mayor, but I'm happy to take any questions or the General Managers on any of the content of the detailed report.
So Councillor Height.
Yes, I'd just like to make a comment about which I'm not happy about, is the Ninja playground in Kingaroy Memorial Park. The main issue I have with this is this came to council at some stage and was budgeted at $450,000, of which $250,000 was grant and $200,000 was ratepayers' funds. It's now come back to council wanting another $450,000 to make it a project which is $850,000. I have an issue that it's very difficult to run a business when something is budgeted at $450,000. Now it's coming back at $850,000. So moving forward, I think we need to look at that system. We can't have a system where budgeted items come back and the cost flows out. Secondly, the reason I'm not supportive of this is we are a new council. We've all spoken about scrutinising costs and expenditure. We've got a lot of issues with roads. We've talked about back to basics. Is now a good time to be spending $850,000 on what is a fantastic Ninja playground? We've already approved the $450,000, and I'm not sure how much of it can be completed in that, but I'm not supportive of putting another $400,000 towards that project. I mean, we've got it all, measured up and everything. So in the future, yes, I'm happy to revisit that, but I'm not sure that right now is the right time to be spending $850,000 on a playground. We've recently done, or council has recently done, the Lions playground in Kingaroy, which looks great, but we want back to basics, and then we want another $400,000 to finish a playground. I just can't support that.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Councillor Potter.
Thank you. Madam Chair. With regards to that, the parks and facilities area, they've made a lot of savings over the last 12 months to actually get this amount of money. So they've cut costs, they've cut budgets, they've used money that hasn't been used, and they've managed to save. So we're always we always say here that if we want to do something, something's got to give. Now they've taken funds from elsewhere, they've scrimped, they've saved to get this money to use it for Memorial Park, and it's all come from other park facilities. So I do believe that this is something that we should be considering, because to take this money away now, we're just kicking in the teeth all those community groups we've spoken to. We've spoken to the Youth Council, we've spoken to the Go-Getter Girls, and so many more different community groups throughout Kingaroy with regards to this Ninja Warrior course. It would be the only one like it within the South Burnett, and every single town, when you look at them, has something special. Blackbutt has an amazing sensory garden, which is done by the community group and helped by council, as you'll see later on. Nanango's got Butter Factory Park, which is just incredible, and it's got the bike track in it, which anyone from around the South Burnett, people take their kids there with their bikes. Mergen's got a beautiful QE2 park right up the main street, which we've just finished. And we're in the process of doing the project for Wandai. And I just believe that this is something that is needed within the South Burnett. We always say there's an issue with kids, we say there's an issue with youth crime. We need to give them something to do. We need them to give them something to take their energies. So I truly believe that this is something important. As I said, The Parks and Gardens facilities have really worked hard, and they've scrimped and they've saved and they've pulled their dollars together in other areas to make this happen for Memorial Park project.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I think everybody knows that I'm always banging on about what I want for Nanango. However, I really believe that if you live in Nanango, you come to Kingaroy to shop. It's just, you can't now shop in Nanango because we don't have the stores to be able to shop. So how many people in Nanango have kids that they can bring their kids over, drop them off at Memorial Park, and the kids can enjoy, something that is a little different? I believe that we have so many small towns and villages and communities that we can't start thinking, well, Kingaroy's got this, I want it, Wondai's got that, I want it. I think we're much better to look at putting something great in each of our communities. So on a Sunday, if you've got kids, you can go up to Wondai, their pool up there has a water park, you can take the kids up there to the water park. Memorial Park, you can bring your little kids to Nanango. People are just on, I know they bang on about the roads, and when you hit a pothole, there's nothing annoys you more. But when you've got kids sitting around with nothing to do, I would much prefer parents to take their kids and go to somewhere like that and interact with their kids, because I believe that one of the reasons that we have a lot of issues with our kids is because parents are just too happy to send them off somewhere. So this would be something, hopefully from this, we have downscaled a lot in it, but hopefully we would have something there that is really great and people will want to go and support it. The same as, I know we have lots and lots of people come from Kingaroy to our butter factory park and bring the little kids. We have lots of little parties there and all that. And, I'm keen to take my granddaughter up to Wondai, to the little water park. I'd like to see us at some stage get more funding to be able to make that water park at Wondai similar to what, when you go down the coast, your kids can go to a free water park and play. How great would it be to have something like that in our region? But we're not, if we all are saying, we've got to cut costs, but I do understand, I'm very conscious of the fact that it has gone over, but anybody who goes to do their shopping now knows that what you used to come out with $100, you could come out with 2 bags. Now, you're flat filling a bag. So costs have gone up, and sometimes we've just got to meet it. And I do believe that our community are wanting things for their kids to do, and this, hopefully, eventually when that is finished, it will be something that we are proud of in our community, and people will come because there is something for their kids to do that's not just a couple of little swings down the park.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Sander.
I agree with Jane, Councillor Erkins, and I also agree with Councillor Potter. I just don't want to support something that if it's 800,000 now, by the time we come to do it, it'll be over $1 million. It's just going to keep continuing like other projects. And I just don't want to support something that I think is just going to be a never-ending issue of increases. And like if Councillor Potter said that Parks and Gardens have skimped other projects and in other areas, does that mean that, is that due to the overgrown parks and stuff like that? Is that what's causing this? They're skimping on other stuff and then we're getting complaints about all the overgrown grass.
So that's operational. This is capital. So it would be a different bucket of money. Yeah.
Right. No worries. Thanks.
So I'm Councillor. Sorry. We need someone to move this. Councillor Potter, Councillor Erkins has seconded that. I'm just going to say that I'm actually going to support this as well, but I do hear what Councillor Hyde is saying, and I agree with her on overruns in the budget. But we have promised this to the community, And when you make a commitment in a budget that we're going to go out and do this, we've committed to it. So we have to see it through. But into the future, I think it's a big learn. Like what Councillor Hyder said, we absolutely need to be on budget, and we've got to try and rein this in going forward. But I'm absolutely supporting it because it's a project we've put out to the community, and I can imagine how disappointed those community groups will be if it doesn't go ahead. So, yeah, sorry. So, Councillor Height?
Yes, can I just respond to that? Could I get a response from the general managers on how are we going to stop these overruns? How can we budget a project at 450,000 and then it comes back at 800,000? Going forward, how can we manage a business with these huge overruns? I mean, I know things go up, but that's over double. We need to address that. Secondly, Councillor Potter talked about the scrimping and saving. I don't know, General Manager Jarvis, can you tell us where that 400,000 has come from? Which projects, which other capital projects are not going to happen because, you know, it's going to this project? That's my concern.
Madam Mayor, if I may, in the first one, Councillor Hope, one of the simplest in it is time. COVID and CPI over the last 4 years could give you a litany of projects that have all blown out. This was done with a quantity surveyor, so we had the best available device to us when it was submitted to grant. It's been done with a quantity surveyor. We haven't yet gone to market, so the market is yet to tender. So how can we stop it? The simplest thing would be that, and again, I don't want to sound like a wet wheel with this about slowing things down. The more that we've got in the pipeline and the longer and the less that they're actually construction plan ready, if we can have the construction plan ready and ready to go to either tender or go to tender to test the market prior to the allocation of the budget, that would be so good for us as well as you, because then they'll be being rolled out in the year that they're being budgeted for. 2 years, by the time this is built, it'll be in its third financial year. It's all, I won't say impossible to hold them, but certainly that scale of scope and what you're saying, it's not a dispute with what you're saying. The longer they go out, the more the cost pressures are on them, and they're blowing as far as that going. Probably Leanne is probably first guess as to where you're pulling your other money from, but that would be one of the best things I could put my request out, is that if we can get them to construction ready and shovel ready, and the quantity surveyors are actually giving us those numbers when we're ready to go to market, you can then budget with some degree of certainty in your capital project. If there's going to be a variation, it's not to this sort of level. If that.
So, Acting General Manager Peterson. So we've just got a citizenship, so that's why we're holding them up with this, but we need to make a decision on this one.
Yes,
Thank
certainly.
you.
Just briefly through you, Madam Mayor, there's a number of capital projects where we've had savings across the year. In Pioneer Park, we had a $6,000 savings on some pathways, an $8,000 saving on some additional pathways coming through into the Nango. Les Muller Blackbutt, there we had a $5,000 saving with their park. Banarkin First Settlers Park, the Mergen Skate Park, for example, there was an estimate of $32,000. We've decided that through our estimates we can't deliver that project on $32,000. It's blowing out, and it'll be like a $150,000 project. So that $32,000 we're not going ahead with that project this year, and it'll be allocated next year. Proston Lookout Bollards, there's an $8,000 saving out there. We've used some additional items that we've already had. Mergen QE2, there was $150,000 there. There was a savings with the works that we did with QE2, and also the Kingaroy Pool had a design cost of $200,000 that was earmarked for the Kingaroy swimming pool design, and unfortunately when we went to tender for the designs it's $1.6 million, so we didn't continue with the $200,000. So the $200,000 for Kingaroy swimming pool, we've earmarked for that to go into this project and deliver something there in Memorial Park for the pool. well, because we did the master plan for the pool and the park at the same time. So that's how our funding has been identified through savings of other projects across the region, but predominantly there's a saving there in a Kingaroy project that would be reallocated to a Kingaroy park.
So, Councillor Hyde, are you satisfied with that response? So, is there any other discussion around this? Okay, so if not, we'll move that it's in accordance with section 173 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the revised 2023-24 operational budget be adopted, and point 2, that in accordance with section 173 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the revised 23-24 capital budget be adopted. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So I'd now like someone to move that we adjourn the meeting. We've got some wonderful citizenship ceremonies. So moved by Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Sander. All those in favour? All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So welcome back, everyone. If I could have someone move that we resume the meeting. Councillor Height. Seconder, Councillor Erkins. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to 10.12, monthly financial information on page 210. I'll hand over to General Manager Jarvis to give us an update on the monthly financial information.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. The financial position as at the 31st of March sees that our recurrent revenue is currently sitting at 96%. Our recurrent expenditure is 82%. Council's current cash holdings at the end of March was $58.97 million, with $32.07 million of this currently classified as restricted cash. The ratios at the end of March are all within their respective targets, except for the current ratio, which is sitting at 4.63, which is outside the target range of between 2 and 4. That's not a bad outcome. That's because we have got, if there's ever such a word, too much cash. We've just levied our rates. So that's why those ratios are out. Council's capital expenditure program is currently sitting at 14.3 mil in actual expenditure, which equates to approximately 34% of the total amended budget. When taking into account committed costs of 11.38 million, the total expended is 25.6 mil, which represents approximately 61% of the amended budget. The other thing just to highlight to Council is that our debt ratio for our overdue rates is down below our target of 7%, down to 5%. So I'm happy to take any questions from the floor. Thank you.
Any questions to GM Jarvis? Councillor Height.
Just a quick one. First of all, very pleasing to see the outstanding rates is getting down, because people are obviously really struggling, so it's good we can manage that. If you've said that committed costs and spent is about 60% of the amended budget, how much is going to be expended by the end of the financial year, roughly? Are we likely to get to 100%?
If you don't mind, Councillor, normally capital sits with infrastructure or livabilities. Fleet, we only have plant and fleet, so if you don't mind.
So General Manager Meehan, are you able to answer that one?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So we generally target 90% and above, and there's a couple of reasons for that. So we will have works that are in progress through June, July. And generally what we'll be expecting is that council brings down its budget, then we'll recommence on those other capital works through that period of time as soon as possible. So at the moment, I think when Kevin was here the other day, they were targeting 95 through the door. So I've told the guys that 90 plus this year would be our aim. And obviously, I think it's a good conversation for us to have with the council next year around the complexity of our program and our cash flow. If we're going back into a more basic program, that obviously lifts our confidence in being able to deliver that work through there as well.
Any other questions? I'll ask someone to move that the monthly financial report, including capital works and works for Queensland as at 31st of March, be received and noted. So Councillor Dineen, seconded Councillor Little. Any other discussion? All those in favour? Oh, Councillor Erkins.
Can I just make mention also the fact, congratulations on getting the rates, the outstanding rates paid, but also I'd like to commend the rates department for the way in which they work with people who are having difficulties with their rates, because I've had some really good feedback from people, thanking me, and again, to really push that if people are struggling with their rates, if they contact council and the rates department, they are happy to work in, and that's really good. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Height.
Quick question. Page 226, in other income, I'm supposed to stand up. Fines, we've only fined people $12,000 as opposed to the budget being $50,000, so that's 20%. Are people just being good and nobody's getting fines?
That would come under GM. Leanne's section there, Councillor. However, I believe that they have been short-staffed, and normally our compliance officers do fine people for overdue dog registrations or compliance matters. But if she's got anything to add there, I understand that's the reason.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that is correct. We've had some shortages of staff in compliance. The other thing is you've just only agreed to do your systematic dog registration. So once we go through that process of talking to everyone about their dog registrations and paying them, then you would then go down the fining path if they don't pay. The other thing is with your illegal dumping, we've actually got a funded position, a legal dumping officer that has been extended by the state government for a further 12 months. So our practice under that project is to actually get out on site and investigate, work with the people that are doing the wrong thing and work with them to actually tidy up their mistakes. So not necessarily going straight to a fining system. So a different program, a different approach there, and that's certainly having some better benefits in the community, certainly helping council work with people that are doing the wrong thing.
Councillor Erkins.
One of the things that I would also like, but with the fines, if people, I would like to see the compliance officers work with community. There may be some people that haven't paid their dog registration because they're having difficulties doing it. And for us to add a fine on top of that is really not making it any easier for them. So, you know, if the compliance officers could work with people and give them an opportunity to, you know, make their payments rather than just go straight into fining, maybe a little bit like the rates section working with them.
Thanks, Councillor Erkins. Any other questions, or did you want to make a comment, General Manager Jarvis?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I just want to really express to Councillor Erkins how very appreciative I am of you complimenting the rates class staff the way you do. They've got a very, very difficult role to play there, and sometimes through frustration and people are hurting at the moment, they do cop a lot of abusive calls and that, and I really appreciate, because they do work very hard to be compassionate within the realms of their responsibilities. So I'll definitely pass that on to them, and thank you for recognising them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? If not, I'll put that to the vote that the monthly financial report, including capital works and works for Queensland, as at the 31st of March 2024, be received and noted. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Now we're moving on to 10.13, contractual arrangements entered into over 200,000. I'm just noting that Councillor Sander has left the room. And that is due to his declarable conflict of interest. So contractual arrangements entered into over 200,000, excluding GST, is on page 255. So I'll hand over to who's going to manage that one. General Manager Jarvis.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. This report's been compiled by our Strategic Procurement Coordinator as a request from your previous role, Madam Mayor, where you requested that these be brought quarterly to Council for Council's information. So these are all of the contracts there that have been awarded for over $200,000 just for Council's information.
Thank you, General Manager Jarvis. I do appreciate that, because there was a lot of those bigger contracts that we weren't seeing, and I was found out about some contracts just in the street, actually, because this wasn't coming to council. So I'm really very appreciative of this particular report. And we can, I think, going forward, we can relook at our procurement policy, because I did want these to also come to council, but that was just a debate we had last term of council, but it was agreed that they would just come to as a report quarterly, but we could look at other ways of whether council wants to be part of this decision-making process on these bigger contracts. So thank you for outlining that. Any questions, Councillor Potter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions through you, Madam Mayor, possibly to General Manager Meehan. So with regards to, on page 256, the consultant engineering and project managers, that's quite a fair bit of money for a temporary works engineer, which seems to be an ongoing thing that we have with council. So I'll go through them all and then I'll give him the list so we can talk to them. It might be easier. And also with regards to the quarries, you got the Caraman quarries. That's nearly, that's just over 900,000 for gravel supply, and that comes from out of the area. So just wondering whether that's whether we're able to use our own quarry, our own gravel for something along those lines for that amount of money. The other one was you've got one there for Conpac and Harmon for 234, and then another one for Compact for 228, and they both say Wando Roundabout and CBD Streetscape. So just wondering what the differing thing is there with those two. Thanks. Did you need this? So you know what I've questioned.
Thank you. If you'd like to respond, GM Meehan.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So just with the first one there for our project engineers and consulting engineers, the first one that you'll see there is ATC. That's for a combination of maintenance works, maintenance engineering, and also for project management of the Maidenmore Bunya Mountains Road project also, which we're delivering on behalf of TMR. Currently, for council's benefit, and I know it's a topic of discussion, the use of consultants and contractors. Happy to look at reducing our use of them in the future if we can look at probably an alternative of increasing our technical staff internally. Obviously, attraction and retention is a major issue for us. I currently hold between, I think, 5 or 6 vacancies in my engineering section at the moment. We have been successful. I do believe we've recruited 2, but obviously it's an ongoing battle within the industry to get people to come to our area, and also to be competitive with the salaries that are offered within our industry at the moment as well. Just BG&E there. BG&E is engaged to design the 150 megalitre Gordon Brook off-stream storage. Again, we wouldn't have capacity or probably capability to do that sort of work within our group. Specifically, we're talking about geotechnical and dam design, along with hydraulics as well through there. Just in relation to Compac and Harmon concreting, my understanding is that Compac has been engaged for civil works on the Wando Roundabout project and the Wando Streetscape, and Harmon Concreting is a concreting contractor who's supplementing our internal team there to perform that works, similar to what we've done elsewhere. And just in relation to Caraman Quarries, so Caraman Quarries is a manufacturer of what we call a Type 2 gravel. So there's a number of gravels that we use in road making, just in general sense. A Type 2 is what takes what's called a soaked CBR, so it's more resistant to saturation. It's a higher quality gravel. We are using that on TMR roads, and we've commenced using that also on our own sealed roads due to its durability and higher CBR and property, so it's a much more resilient gravel. The Maidenmore Bunya Mountains project is obviously in the southern area there, which is closer to that quarry location. The only other person that I'm aware that manufactures is a Type 2, which is made by, I believe, Corbett's Quarry, which is in Wandai, so it's significantly closer to the centre part of our region, so it's a cost and travel distance in relation to that. That project, which is a substantial sum of money, that is actually an $8 million build up on the mountain. So the gravel quantity will continue to increase as we extend those works into next year as well. So, and that's undertaken through our preferred supplier panels where they're called for. And when we look at gravel, we look at their ability to meet the specification that we ask for, but we also take into account the travel time as well, because it's an ongoing cost to our job. Obviously, if you're buying it from a further distance away, that has a large impact on the project as well. So I think that's all of them, Councillor. I think. But yeah, councillors are welcome to ask me at any time about some of those engagements. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? So I just wanted to make note so the councillors are aware. So the ones that are local buy, they don't come to council, but I believe that all the public tenders that goes through council. Is that correct, General Manager Meehan?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So the ones that are over 200,000, either through local buy or through local panels, through the panels that we've set up, they will come through to the officers and to the CEO, and then the ones that are open tender, they will come through to council.
So then the preferred supplier contract SBRC, those would be that would not come to council?
No, that's right, Madam Mayor.
So going forward, I'd just like to revisit our procurement policy to consider having those put it through that process where they actually have to come to council, because I think that they are, to me, they're big ticket items, and I believe that should be part of the council decision making, even though they are local buy, that council is right across that and potentially able to make decisions. I know that General Manager Meehan said it may hold things up, but I think it's worth a discussion with the new council moving forward, because they are some huge amounts of money. So, Councillor Erkins?
I just wonder, so with Yesburg, they did our flood damage. I just wonder how much of our flood damage do we actually do ourselves, and do we not do it because we don't have enough teams or crews to do it? Is that why we put it out, or is it the time it would take us to do it?
Yes, yeah. General Manager Meehan.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So probably a combination of all of the above, Councillor. So it's a capacity issue. First and foremost is the large volume of works, the timing of the works to be able to get through the program in the timeframes to be delivered, and also looking at our current program. So at the moment, all of our resources are fully committed, probably overcommitted, to be honest. So what we do is, it's similar to when we engage consultants or extra contractors to do works. All of council's capacity is used up in its program, and then once that happens, we start to exceed and we go over. So the conversation I think that Kevin and I will be having with council through the capital program next year is how much Reaper do we want to do internally, which then may free up, if we're not hunting work internally for our own resources, it may free up additional work to do more rehabilitation and reseal works on the sealed network. So it'll be a combination of the type of work that we do.
You turned me off.
No, I didn't turn you off. It would have been not deliberate.
I just wondered, with the amount of work that we contract out, and I understand that we've been through the flood, so that wouldn't be every time, but whether it would be worth putting into the discussion for that amount of money, whether we could have another crew ourselves.
General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So happy to talk about that through the budget and staffing with the council. The biggest issue that we find is, we might have $20 million next year, and then after that, we don't have the $20 million, and then it becomes an issue for us. So I think there's an opportunity to, and listening to the discussion this morning, there is an opportunity for us to look at how we might do some things differently across our business. And particularly, we're looking at some of the numbers that are there. Is there an opportunity for us to put on more resources in particular areas? It doesn't mean we go overboard, but maybe one or two might help as well. So happy to look at all of that.
Yeah, because I was just thinking, these guys, whether it be them or other contractors, they come in and they make money out of it. They don't lose money in doing it. So if there's money to be made in doing it, maybe it is worth looking at the figures as to whether, some of it we can do ourselves and maybe save some money there. I understand what you're saying, but we're not going to get a flood every year.
So thank you, Councillor Erkins. So CEO Mark has just informed me that through the budget discussions, we will be re-looking at that procurement policy. So that's where we can look at, how we want to manage these bigger contracts going forward. Any other questions? So we've, so that one, we need a mover. So that's Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Deneen. So I'll put that, so the contractual arrangements entered into over 200,000 ex-GST, that be received for information. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So I'll ask Councillor Sander to come back in. So, thank you. So the next item is confirming Council's attendance at ALGA National General Assembly 2nd to the 5th of July 2024. It's item 10.14 on page 258. So we've asked the CEO to come back with a suggested list. So did you want to, I'll hand over to CEO Mark.
Thanks, Mayor. So 2024, we have civic leaders, which is the next report, which is in May, ALGA and LGAQ State Conference. In the alternative years, 2025, we'll have ALGA. If they run LGAQ runs true to form, they only do civic leaders every second year as well. We'll just see what program they roll out, but you'll have Bush Councils and LGAQ State Conference and then alternates onwards from there. It's given the budget process and without jumping ahead to civic leaders, unless generally CEOs also attend civic leaders, but just given the timeline to the budget and that, I would be most pleased not to go to that this year. Not that it's not a good event, but it's just other priorities. So that leaves us with ALGA 2 or 3. So we've submitted, I think, about 6 resolutions from the previous council, but due to the timelines of getting them into the agenda committee. We put up resolutions every year to both ALGA and the LGAQ State Conference. ALGA's resolutions need to be on a national basis, so it's not we want to fix X Park in our town, although some people do try to get them through. It's an issue that has, and for those who've been to ALGA, one year we sat through a very broad debate of we shouldn't have overhead power lines because we have to chop the branches off the trees. And the very next resolution was, or recommendation or resolution that was put up, we shouldn't have underground power lines because we have to chop the roots off the trees. And one came from Sydney and one came from Melbourne, and both were voted down. But anyway, at the year, we have a very good success rate because the issues that we raise, I can't think, Councillor Potter, you were there last year. Yeah, flying foxes. I don't know that we lose very many. Sorry? Domestic violence, yeah, we put up quite a bit. Renewables this year. The thing that is of value with this is for a small to medium council like ours, it's an opportunity to get, because the resolutions go through the national state conference, and then they end up becoming part of the policy platform of both the LGAQ and also the Australian Local Government Association. So it actually gives a small to medium council an opportunity to put a policy issue on the national state agenda. Then they follow up with the ministers and things like that. So anyway, long story short, so depending on an LGAQ state conference, we have sent multiple, but I have sat down last night and I drafted up a little bit of a schedule that we can workshop as we go through. The question is, it's the 2 people, it would be recommended we send 2, so whether we did want to just send, not just send, but send Mayor and Deputy Mayor this year or offer Mayor, I'm happy to take direction. But it'd be good to get 2 there, so whether you wanted to go with an experienced councillor, new councillor. ALGA is a very good conference, and actually it's, I haven't been for a few years, but it is one that is very worth it because of the connections and the deputations. Given the local government election, we need to, once this is passed today, who's going will wear into life and start trying to secure some deputations. It is held during parliamentary sitting week, so there is a lot of ministers and opposition spokespeople around. So yeah, it's I suppose my thoughts were just mayor, deputy mayor to start with, but happy to take the direction of council.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say that Alga was probably last year was the best because it was only the second time I'd ever been to Alga. But last year we were zipping all over the place. So we would be at the conference and would zip over to, I think every day we had a meeting at Parliament House. We did a lot of walking, sometimes not as fast as others that walked, but we still did it. But the experience down there was really quite incredible, and to be able to talk to the items that we put down, and to be able to talk on the national stage to Alga and all the other councillors, mayors and deputy mayors, and I think LGAQ always host their breakfast down there, but it's probably one of the best conferences I've been to in a while, and I actually felt that Councillor Erkins and I did a very good job. Obviously not good enough because we didn't get a CUC, but I don't bear any bones about that. Obviously, no grudges held, obviously, but whoever goes this year, I really need to, there's quite a few issues now, and another one's just come up as well with regards to veterans' suicide funding. So there's a lot of issues now that we really need to see the ministers about. And is this where we put a list together of the ministers we need to see now, Mark, while we're down in Alga, or when do we do that?
Oh, if we could just, if the list of ministers can be by email, because a lot of it is, rather than trying to list them all today, any councillor will, with whoever's going, we tend to, so that to get the ministerial deputations, we inform our local member. Quite often we work through Brian Littleproud's office, but depending on who we want to see, Lou and Colin Boyce are also very good at supporting us. We have had really good support from the senators as well in the past in organising deputations, and Senator McGrath's office, we've actually operated out of that over the years, and going back to Mayor Campbell's time. So so today, if we can just get the delegates today, and anyone who depending on who's going, who you want to see, just send us your list and we'll see if we can organise a meeting with them. Okay, so
So CEO Mark has suggested the mayor and the deputy mayor, so I'm happy with that. If everyone's in agreement, how do you want to move forward with this? Does someone want to move a motion that we put?
Concern is that you're sending two experienced people, and that
the only one, Mayor, is if I was going to say we would normally send at least two, well, not at least, but we would send two delegates, being Mayor CEO or a councillor CEO, to civic leaders. If we weren't sending anyone to civic leaders, could we utilise that and send a third person? Because it will be, there's only two conferences. They're not, conferences is kind of a little bit unfair as far as, because it gives certain connotation on the name. They're actually quite important policy platforms. So if council wanted to send a third person, that would be 6 out of the 7 of you. Well, if we send 3 to LGAQ, or you could, if you picked up the 4th one, so that everyone gets a little bit of experience this year into that broader policy perspective.
So it's in the hands of the meeting. What are you thinking?
I did think that we had, in some of the discussion that we were saying that we thought that the mayor should go, and I thought then with another councillor, maybe one of the newer councillors, and then the deputy mayor with somebody else at one of the next things. I don't know if that was what we...
Councillor Potter?
Look, I'm quite happy for the mayor to go with 2 councillors, and if maybe it's a really good idea that you do go down with 2 maybe of the new ones. I personally this year I would really love to do the LGAQ conference this year, because I think I've missed out the last couple of years, so I'd really love to do the LGAQ conference this year.
Okay, so we could pick myself and 2 newer councillors. So do we have any volunteers? I mean, the dates would be like if you're available too between the 2nd and the 5th. So any councillors like to put their name forward? Councillor Little. So Councillor Little is, and Councillor Hyde, so Councillor Sandhu, are you happy if we go with Councillor Hyde and Councillor Little? Okay, so we'll, I'll move, so I'll Councillor Erkins, if you'd like to move, that Mayor Kathy Duff, Councillor Linda Little, and Councillor Ros Hyde from South Burnett Regional Council attend the ALGA National General Assembly and Australian Council of Local Government 2024 with council meeting the normal cost of attendance. So someone to move that. Oh, sorry, Councillor Erkins has moved that. Someone to second that. Deputy Mayor Potter. Any more discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we're moving on to attendance of the LGAQ Civic Leaders Summit 21-22 May 2024 Gold Coast. I think we moved that we're not going to send anyone to that given our timelines and our budget negotiations. So Councillor Hyde has moved and someone to... I'll move it and Councillor Hyde has seconded it.
We just, if we just receive it for information, because there's no action, so then it just lapses.
Yeah,
so it would only be if we were sending someone, so that we'd take. So that'd be great if you could, please.
So the report be received for information. That's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Hyde. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So now we move on to item 10.16. which is page 264. And that one is the Brisbane Valley Heritage Trails Incorporated Stonehouse 150th celebration. And the summary is that seeking council to prepare items to be included in the time capsule for Stonehouse 150th celebrations. Councillor Little was appointed the councillor representative on the Brisbane Valley Heritage Trails Incorporated at the post-election meeting on the 4th of April 2024. So we've got the officer's recommendation is that Councillor Linda Little, well, I'm just filling that space in, attend the Stonehouse 150th celebration as the South Burnett Regional Council representative and submit the following into the time capsule. So I'd like to move that. Someone to second that. Councillor Deneen. Any discussion around that? Or Councillor Potter?
Do we need to say now what we're putting into the time capsule? Because I think through you, Madam Mayor, the CEO, Mark, had a few ideas with regards to all our different plans and maybe a list of all the councillors. And as a tongue-in-cheek, maybe Councillor Hyde's idea of a rates notice, current rate notice or something. So, I don't know. But I just think that's probably a really good start.
Okay, so do we want to discuss that now? Ideas, do we need to? Does any leave it at...
You just need to change the wording, submit items into the time capsule. Okay,
so, and we'll have a discussion offline about what could go into that time capsule. Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 10.17. So I would actually like to move this one because this is very much in keeping with what I campaigned on, was to try and get the local back into our depots, into our council offices. So this is just a report to come back on the potential of the officer's recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council note the ongoing investigation of options for council's phone call system and options available for local call placement. Number 2, review the provision of out-of-hours phone services and lone worker monitoring, and with recommendations to be brought back to the ordinary council meeting in May 2024. So that's looking at all of the offices, and I would like to include that with the visitor information centres and the libraries, that we could have that local calls go to the local libraries. And also just wanted to talk about the after hours service, because I've been challenging CEO Mark about I know that peak services were the only ones who tendered, but I'd like to look at a different model, because I'm finding I've called peak services after hours on a number of occasions and waited a very long time. And I know that the community is quite frustrated. It takes too long to get emergency issues to peak services and then back to our council team. So just wanted to flag that one. So that's the whole idea of this officer's recommendation. So I'd like to move that. Someone to second it.
Can I just ask?
I'll just ask for a seconder first.
Okay.
Councillor Little.
I'm happy to-
Oh, I've got Councillor Little. Councillor Erkins.
Okay. I just have some concern, like I understand when you ring up, how frustrating it is if you're ringing up about something in one town and you're answered by another town. However, I think you'll find the same frustration if you live in Nanango and you ring Nanango. They're going to still have to put you through to the rates department if you want to know something about the rates. Because the whole system doesn't now anymore work from those offices. And I know plenty of times I've been in the Nanango office and there is only one person there because the other one might be on lunch or might be doing something. So there's only going to be one person answering the phones. So there'll be people waiting to get through. So that will be something that we'll have to look at when we're doing it, because I don't think it's just as simple as saying the local people, and then you have to change all the phone numbers.
So I've spoken to CEO Mark about this, and he said it is achievable, and it did bring it up with the senior executive team. This is a report back to look at it, just because it was I had overwhelming support from the community that this is a frustrating part of our council, is that when you get someone in a different town, they don't even know what road you're talking about, they don't know what issue you're talking about. So as part of the whole platform, it was to get local content back, locals back. So that's very much in keeping with what I've campaigned on. But just handing over to Councillor Height now for comments.
Yeah, just a question. The recommendations are due to be brought back next month. Is that enough time to do the report?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I believe so, Councillor. We've already got the wheels in motion there with, we're consulting with Workplace Health and Safety, with livabilities, with the lone workers, and also with my ICT staff with options. We were sort of aware that the Mayor was campaigning on this. She wasn't very silent about it. So we were sort of a little bit pre-organised and took the lead and sort of started looking at options that we could assist. So I think that we're well down the track there to provide a report, whether it's acceptable or not, but no, I believe that's enough time. Thank you.
So any further questions? If not, I'll put, so we've got moved what, oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Potter, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one concern with something you mentioned earlier with regards to putting calls through to the libraries and things like that. I know in a lot of towns that the libraries are with the front office staff, but my fear is that if we do that, I think similar to what Councillor Erkins was saying, are we going to have a staffing issue if that's the case? Like, do we have to, is that something that's being looked at then in that case? Do we...
General Manager Jarvis.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Through you, Madam Mayor. We currently have engaged Mead Perry to do a workflow mapping for us for libraries, Vic centres and customer service centres to look for efficiencies and how we could probably deliver some of these things. At the moment, it's only in draft, and the staff have been very forthcoming in their opinions about how they feel that things could work or how they couldn't work. They've put some great suggestions forward, and that's so at the moment, yes, that's in draft at the moment, and we're just processing it because it hasn't been to the ELT. It's sitting on my desk there. I haven't had time really to sort of digest it, and I will be consulting with all the staff, and then we will be working out what recommendations we will give to the ELT going forward that we can bring it back to council as well. So we have mapped all of those functions, again, looking for efficiencies and that. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager Jarvis. Councillor Erkins.
So would it be something like you would ring the one number, we still have the one number, and you would get a recorded message that says, if you want to talk to Nanango, press 1, if you want to talk to Blackbutt, would it be something similar to that? Library, press...
So we'll just have to hand over to
that would be the only way they could do it.
General Manager Jarvis.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. That's what we'll be investigating, Councillor. I clearly don't understand all of that either, but we've got excellent staff. They're all that will give us that advice, that professional advice.
Do you know, when you go through those press this, press that, sometimes when they finally answer my call, I say, you know, it's taken me 90 seconds to finally get to someone that answer the phone.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Erkins. So any other discussion? So it's been moved and seconded. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you all. So the next one is 11.1, analysis options for water improvements on page 270. So this is again one that I was very keen to progress because I had so many complaints about the water, particularly the Kingaroy water during my campaign. Just wanted to, so I'd like to, the office's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council budget $100,000 in the 24-25 water and wastewater operational budget to commence a water quality options assessment and seek a matching co-contribution from the Queensland Government. And number 2, budget $100,000 in the 24-25 water and wastewater operational budget to air scour the Kingaroy reticulation network to reduce biofilm in water mains. So I'd like to move that one. Just going to have a seconder, Councillor Height. So just in speaking to that, the first one, the budget of $100,000 in the 24-25 water and wastewater operational budget was to, when we went down to meet with the Director General, Linda Dobe, she said there was not a lot of money for water, but one thing was if we wanted to commence to look at all of our water and what we can do going forward, there was an option to put forward some money to match a co-contribution from the Queensland Government. So they said they might have around $100,000. So that's why we would put in the extra $100,000 to try and get that opportunity to do a study or an analysis of all of our water and wastewater operations going forward. So that was that one. And the second one was to do this air scouring, which has been quite successful in some of the other towns, and it's an opportunity to at least clean out the old pipes in the Kingaroy water system to try and get some better outcomes for the community. So I might hand over to, I think it's General Manager Meehan to speak, or I know we've got, I think Adam's in the back. Adam's there. Adam, did you want to talk to that, or General Manager Meehan?
I think through you, Madam Mayor, I think you've covered most of it, essentially. We would just be seeking to do an options analysis if we were to move to an upgraded treatment plant program such as reverse osmosis. And the other one there is obviously the air scouring, which you've said will remove the biofilm from the mains or reduce it. However, it won't remove manganese from the network. And we have successfully done that in other towns such as Mergen recently. So I don't think we have anything further to add to your comments.
Might just ask Adam to make a few comments because he's come all the way in to be here, and it's good to have Adam here. He's the expert on our water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just reiterate the comments and reiterate the report, and just what Aaron mentioned there, and just to try and make it transparent to council is at times, particularly over Christmas period that we had, was the dissolved iron and manganese is in the water itself. It's not actually caught on the side of the pipes. So while we will go in and do $100,000 worth of air scouring, it's not going to be the cure to the iron and manganese issues at times. So periodically we may get that discoloured water that comes through as well. So we just wanted to make sure that was pretty transparent to council.
Thank you. That's good to know. But just the other question I've got is managing how you actually do that without stirring up, more of the problem during that period. Is that going to be an issue?
Very good question, Mayor. And we manage that through our program. Lots of notifications to the customers, letterbox drops, and during that process, we introduce air to the water, and so basically the mains are taken offline. We have open ends so that we don't blow the mains apart, and basically increase the velocity of the water through the mains. So then you get that scouring effect, if you like, a bit like Councillor Sanders polishing those plates there earlier. You get that scouring, that roughness on the inside of the pipe, and that's what cleans those mains as they travel through the network. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hyde, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just going to say, so basically, scouring the pipes will help, but we don't want to make the expectation to residents that it's going to fix the problem. The manganese and iron, is that mainly when it's Gordon Brook water, not Boondoomer water?
Through you, Mayor, yes, definitely. Gordon Brook is more of an issue to us. However, recently at Christmas time, due to seasonal changes or whatever it might have been, we noticed elevated manganese levels in Boondoomer as well. So basically what we're thinking is that the dams have turned over once we had that hot period at Christmas. It was quite cool leading into Christmas, if you recall. And then around Christmas time, we had those couple of days that were really hot. And then from then, what we noticed, being an expert in hindsight, is we noticed that the water quality results indicated that the manganese levels increased after that.
So really there was nothing you could have done to avoid that at Christmas?
With the treatment processes, sorry, through you, Mayor, with the treatment processes we have currently, no, we can't remove dissolved iron and manganese. In the budget in future years, you'll see in the 10-year capital works plan as we work through in future workshops. There are opportunities for us to implement some pre-oxidisation at treatment plants, which basically means we try and get rid of the metals before it comes through the network. But they are in future budgets down the track. So.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Sander?
I've got two questions. One is there any opportunity to mix Gordon Brook Dam with Boondoomer Dam water to try and eliminate that? And the second question is, what's the time frame for the air scouring in Kingaroy?
Through you, Matt, good question. So currently we do blend the water at Gordon Brook, so for the Kingaroy supply. We can use a different ratio and different blends, if you like, or different recipes. We currently use about 33% Gordon Brook, and the remainder is Boondoomer water. We have proposed to council for an off-stream storage. So during the times that some water need to do maintenance on their pipeline, we will have capacity to use Boondoomer water during those periods, and we don't have to switch back to 100% Gordon Brook. But we will work and sort of educate the council, or we understand it's quite a new council, through the workshop in a couple of weeks' time. Talk through.
Thanks, Adam. Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Erkins.
I'd just like to make clear to our community that even though that water comes through with the discoloration, because of the manganese and the iron, it is perfectly safe to drink, which was made clear to us really at this time, complies with all the regulations, which is when we went down to Brisbane. Had it not been, we may have been able to source more money, but it is safe to drink. So just to relay the fears of the community that because it's discoloured does not mean it changes the safety of the water.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Any other questions? No. I just wanted to say thank you to the team for coming up with some potential. It may not be the complete solution, but at least it is a way forward to clean those pipes. And also with that, if we can get that study, that money to do that study, we'll be at least be able to get on top of what needs to happen with our water into the future. And that includes Nanango water, because I know in the campaign there was a lot of talk about Nanango water as well. So if we can get that funding to try and find out what we can do going forward with all of our water supplies, I think that's a good way forward, and also particularly do this air scouring to fix what would be one of the problems with the Kingaroy water.
Can I just ask, sorry?
Councillor Erkins?
Through you. So in Nanango, we also have the high iron and manganese, but we don't have the discoloured water, why would that be compared to the water coming from the dams?
Through you, Mayor. Actually, not quite 100% correct. We have elevated chlorides in the Nango, so the Nango's water is quite hard,
Yep.
has a lot of calcium carbonate and a lot of salts, not so much iron and manganese. So that's generally filtered out through the sand underground, if you like. They're big
Yep.
filters underground. So we don't see as much iron and manganese in the groundwater for Nanango.
So, because when Nanango did have their water come from the weir, we had exactly the same issues that Kingaroy has, and now, we don't have the discoloration,
Correct.
just
Yep.
have the complaints.
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm actually one of the people that have to deal with this water on a daily basis myself. It's not just the community. I live in this area and I deal with dirty water. I shouldn't say a daily basis, I'm very sorry, but intermittently having to deal with some of the water myself. And, we've all got stories of loads of washing that have ended up stained and dirty, but I do believe that we need to start somewhere, and this is a really good start with regards to getting our water to a better level for our community.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Potter. Any other comments? So we'll move on to, it's been moved and seconded, so I'll read it again. So budget 100,000 in the 24-25 water and wastewater operational budget to commence a water quality options assessment and seek a matching co-contribution from the Queensland Government, and 2, budget 100,000 in the 24-25 water and wastewater operational budget to air scour the Kingaroy reticulation network to reduce biofilm in water mains. So we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So now we're moving on to the next item, which is an 11.2 Cairns Street and Appin Street West Nanango Black Spot project on page 272. So that one is, the summary is that Cairns Street, Appin Street West Nanango project was successful in attaining federal funding under the Black Spot program for 23-24 to the value of $247,500. The project has been tendered to the market with responses greater than the funded value, and council should consider pavement reconstruction works prior to changes in geometry. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council investigate pavement rehabilitation options for the Cairns-Appin Street intersection as part of its 24-25 design program and reapply for additional funding in a future Black Spot program. So would someone like to move that? Councillor Erkins, and someone to second that? Deputy Mayor Potter. So Councillor Erkins, you have the option to speak to that motion.
Yes, I have discussed the matter with General Manager Meehan, and that road is really very damaged from the heavy vehicles. To put line marking on top of a badly damaged road would be really a complete waste of money. And I have discussed with General Manager Meehan the opportunity to discuss with Main Roads the fact that at this stage they don't take any responsibility for that road. In my opinion, that road is a heavy vehicle bypass, and the damage to that road is being done by those heavy vehicles. So I believe the result of some of those talks with General Manager Meehan is we're going to discuss with Main Roads the options for them to look at funding, because apparently it is the arrangement for that is a historic arrangement made by the Nanango Shire Council. But in my opinion, if they don't, they are responsible to maintain it, in my humble opinion, and also to make arrangements for heavy vehicles that are travelling from Nanango through to Gameri. Apparently you can divert them down the Appin Street Way, but at this stage there is nothing actually diverting them through there, and what they're doing is they're going past the school and down, or they're going down Drayton Street, and there is damage being done to the roads in Elk Street and Drayton Street, all of which council are having to pick up the bill for, and community are very upset with the damage that is being done. So I'm happy to work with GM Meehan to look at our options for main roads, to look at taking responsibility for that road. But if they don't, I believe that one of our options is to say no heavy vehicles on that road and let main roads work out how to get them through the town. But we shouldn't be having to pay for the damage, and our road users, our local road users, should not have to be putting themselves, and sometimes at a fair bit of danger from some of the damage to that road.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I totally agree with Councillor Erkins, and I'm just wondering whether this is something we need a separate motion for, because this one really only talks about the pavement rehabilitation, applying for the black spot funding in the future. Does this need another motion moving forward with relation to sort of contacting TMR and working on bypasses and things like that?
I might seek General Manager Meehan's thoughts on this, or CEO Mark.
My suggestion, Mark, would be to add it to the op plan.
We can make a note for that, Mayor.
Just make a note, is it?
Yep.
You happy with that?
Yep.
Deputy Mayor Potter? Happy? Okay, so any other comments, questions? Okay, so we've got, so it's been moved by Councillor Erkins and seconded by Councillor Potter. The South Bend Regional Council investigate pavement rehabilitation options for the Cairns-Appin Street intersection as part of its 24-25 design program, and reapply for additional funding in the future black spot program. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we're moving on to 12.1 Regional Arts Development Fund funding application at page 275. So the summary is that the Regional Arts Development Fund is delivered as a partnership between the Queensland Government through Arts Queensland, and enables councils to tailor their programs to suit the needs of the community. South Bend Regional Council have been a partner of this program for many years. The office's recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council, 1, submit an application to the Regional Arts Development Fund, and 2, approve the submission for a maximum amount of $42,000. So someone to move that, Councillor Potter. Someone to second that, Councillor Sander. So, Councillor Potter, would you like to speak to that motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually think the motion speaks for itself. I think this is a good way to get subsidised funding from state government with regards to the arts. But I just would like to change some of this wording in the motion. So on page 276, yep, on page 276, it's got the quick response grants, and it should be of up to $1,000, I believe, that is open all year, and RADF project funding up to $3,000. And with regards to that one there.
So that's just in the report on page 276.
Yeah, I know it's just in the report, but I'd like it to
be corrected.
Be
Yes.
correct,
Mm-hmm.
yes. And also with regards to the, I'm not 100% sure with the major funding or for regional projects, whether we should leave it at 3 to 15 or whether we should change that for up to 15. I'll take advice with regards to that
Can I
last
just make
one.
a comment? I think they may be decisions made by Arts Queensland, are they?
No, these are
Oh,
made
okay.
by us, yep.
Okay. Councillor Erkins?
I would think, Councillor Potter, maybe if they're under 3,000, that they would just be project funding, and if they're over 3,000, major.
Any other discussions or questions on this particular motion? Is everyone happy, ready to vote? Okay, so just in the report. So the report's, it's just noted. I just asked CEO Mark.
My trying to teach myself a new trick. But anyway, so it's changed the quick response. So we would like, so noting quick response is up to $1,000, Councillor Potter, yep. Up to, yep. RADF is, so if it's $999, it's a quick response. If it's 1,001, it's not. And if it's 1,000 neat, it doesn't get approved. I'm just funny. RADF is up to $3,000, and then the major projects are over $3,000. Is, yep. As is, yep. We'll just note that, Mayor, and feed it back to the department. Deb and yep. Yep.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, can I just say that that's part of our policy and our guidelines, and we could change them through the policy, and quite happy to work with the advisory committee to make those changes, because that policy will need updating once we know if we've got approval for this funding. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Are you happy, Deputy Mayor Potter? Are you happy with those comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so is there any further discussion? So if not, it's been moved by Councillor Potter and seconded by Councillor Sander that we submit an application to the Regional Arts Development Fund and that we approve the submission for a maximum amount of $42,000. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So now we're moving on to systematic inspection program. It's item 13.1 and it's on page 285. So the summary is that the below resolution that was adopted at the 14th of February 2024 ordinary meeting be amended. So that Officer's recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council approve a systematic inspection program for properties within the South Burnett Regional Council's jurisdiction in accordance with Section 113 of the Animal Management Cats and Dogs Act 2008 to monitor compliance with the requirements of the Animal Management Cats and Dogs Act 2008, more specifically the requirements to register dogs. The properties to be included in the systematic inspection program are potentially all properties within the South Burnett area. The systematic inspection program be conducted between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, commencing on Monday the 29th of April 2024 and concluding on Friday the 28th of June 2024. Could I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Erkins, seconded Councillor Deneen. Councillor Little.
I'm just wondering, with this inspection program, is it just dogs that had previously been registered that are not now, or any dogs that may or may not be registered?
I'll hand over to Acting General Manager Leanne to comment.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, it will be all dogs. So what will happen is when the officers go to site to follow up on unregistered dog, when they go to that property, they may actually identify that there's other dogs at that property that haven't been registered. So then our officers will discuss that with that owner and then talk to them about registering and making application for their other dogs to be registered.
Okay, so through the Mayor, just to follow up on that. So just say you've gone to XYZ number street and then the neighbour has got dogs and it's not on a list of any kind for the inspector. Would the inspector be checking that as well?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, certainly. If there's evidence that next door there is a dog and it's not registered, it's not on our list of unregistered dogs, we'll certainly have a knock on their door and have a chat to those people as well. We certainly appreciate there could be dogs within different properties that we're not aware of. They could have the dogs locked away and we can't identify them or hear them or see any evidence that there's a dog enclosure. So that will happen. But the idea is that, we'll go back as well on certain days if we miss people, and hopefully we do pick up more dogs that are unregistered and provide advice to those new people. They could be new people to the region, new families taking on new lease arrangements on a house and they haven't got around to registering their dog. So yes, we'll talk to those people and make them aware of our rules, our local laws.
Okay, thank you.
So you're happy with that response, Councillor Little? Okay. Any other questions? If not, it's been moved by Councillor Erkins and seconded by Councillor Dineen as presented. So we're ready to vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So we're moving now on to 15.1, Kingaroy Building Facilities Supply of Services Contract on page 290. So that one is, the summary is council to call for tender for cleaning of council buildings and facilities in Kingaroy as per council's procurement policy. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council call for tender for the cleaning of council buildings and facilities in Kingaroy. So someone like to move that? Councillor Erkin, someone to second that? Councillor Potter. Any discussion around that one? It's pretty straightforward. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we're moving on to request to apply for the Play Our Way program on page 292, item 15.2. So that one there is application for funding under the Play Our Way program, which funds projects that provide new sport and recreation programs or facilities that are safe, accessible and inclusive for women and girls. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council endorse the application for funding under the Play Our Way program. Someone like to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Deputy Mayor Potter. Any discussion? Councillor Height.
Yes, just a query. With the CCTV, who accesses that? Is there privacy issues when you've got a playground with children and the CCTV?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Certainly we, council has access to the CCTV, but it's a closed process. The police make application to view the footage that is documented, and the footage is made available to the police. The only reason a staff member may have access to the footage is as part of that application that the police present to us is that they may be after the footage to be downloaded between a certain date, and we would provide that. But we have all of that documented under our policy, our CCTV policy, and all those privacy items are addressed through that policy and through the relevant forms. Also, we're working on the agreement with the Queensland Police, just updating that as well to make sure that is in place for all of our playgrounds, or parkland I should say, and rail trail CCTV.
So any other questions on that particular recommendation? Okay, so it's been moved by Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Height, that South Bennett Regional Council endorse the application for funding under the Play Our Way program. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So now we're moving on to item 15.3, Blackbutt Community Parklands and Sensory Garden installation of new shade shelter and table setting on page 338. So that one there, the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council proceeds with the installation of a new shelter and table settings funded through the grant funding that was received from the Blackbutt District Community Organisation Incorporated. So that's the officer's recommendation. So someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Any discussions? Everyone happy? Put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we're moving on to the planning section. Proposed major amendment to the South Bennett Regional Planning Scheme on page 341 at item 17.1. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council endorse the consultation report, attachment A, which provides a summary of consultation activities undertaken, compliance with consultation requirements, matters raised in submissions received and changes to be made to the publicly consulted version of the proposed planning scheme in response to submissions. Number 2, endorse the revised version of the proposed South Bennett Regional Council planning scheme, including mapping. That's on attachment B. And 3, determine in accordance with Schedule 2 of the Minister's Guidelines and Rules that the proposed South Bennett Regional Council planning scheme attachment B is not significantly different from the publicly consulted version for the reasons in the significantly different statement, attachment C. 4, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to publish the consultation report on Council's website and respond to each submitted by providing a copy of the endorsed consultation report. And 5, give notice to the Planning Minister in accordance with Part 21.1 of the Minister's Guidelines and Rules and request approval to adopt the proposed planning scheme. So that's the officer's recommendation. So we've got we've got our consultant planner, Leo, and we've got David here in the gallery, and I think we've got Justin at the back. So would you like to, Leo, would you like to talk to this report, or who wants to lead that?
Yes, right, okay. As the councillors would be aware, the previous council had approved and gone through a process of putting through a number of scheme amendments for its planning scheme. It's been a process that's been ongoing for quite some period of time, over 12 months. In terms of this proposal or what's been put forward today, this is probably marks the end of a fairly lengthy process to make various amendments to the planning scheme that are outlined in the report. I won't go through them specifically. And yeah, it's been put forward to council for its endorsement today. There's also, I'd just like to note, there was also a further amendment to the recommendation that was circulated earlier this morning with respect to some inquiries about the rural residential side of things, and that has been put forward to Linnell, and it might be something that might be added, but I've just provided some wording there in case that comes up in conversation. So look, in terms of these proposals, certainly the recommendation is that council endorse the package that's put before today, and if there's any further inquiries or any further sort of additions to that, it would be a separate package of amendments that we could look at and investigate as part of the next round.
Thank you. I'll just hand over to Deputy Mayor Potter, who wants to make a comment.
So just, you talked about the next round because, I've had I had another inquiry yesterday about a property wanting to break it up into smaller pieces like the other properties around it. But I'm just curious, if we do this now, we accept this now, we put this through, when can we then add some new things to it? Like Councillor Erkins is probably going to discuss with you about her blocks of land. Is this, when are we next possible to do the next round of amendments?
My recommendation to council will be to accept this package going through. We draw a line in the sand. This package then goes through back to the state. The state will then accept those amendments, and we can then move forward with the amendments before us today. In terms of other or new possible amendments that you'd like to make to your planning document as part of policy direction and investigations, then that would be a new process, and that's something that we could certainly commence when council desires for us to commence. So, yep.
So I'll just ask for someone to move and second this, and then I think the second part that's been put up on the screen now is that going to be a separate? That'll be a separate motion. So the first one we're just discussing is the planning scheme. So would someone just move that officer's recommendation, Councillor Height, and seconded Councillor Potter? So just for discussion. So Councillor Erkins?
Yep, I see the other different motion that's come through, and it says there that it would cost. Did I see that it's going to? Did I see $25,000 that that we would be having to allocate to look, is that what that would cost to put that in?
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. Through the Chair, that's an anticipated and estimated cost for that proposal, that work, and as you might know, it's up to that amount. It's not just a matter of just looking at a plan, looking at what's being zoned, we have to look at a whole range of aspects in terms of the viability and the feasibility of different lands being further fragmented. In terms of, if you're looking at reducing lot sizes, we've also got to take into account soil conditions and a whole range of other factors that might come into on-site effluent disposal and so forth, access and that sort of thing. So there is a body of work that needs to be taken.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, but I also know that when you have got a 5 acre block, as I mentioned before, a 5 acre block is really neither one thing nor the other. It is too small in our area to be a viable agricultural block unless you're growing marijuana. But it's also too big a block to be able, for a lot of people to mow. So I understand what you're saying, but there are 1 acre blocks. We've already got 1 acre blocks been subdivided next to 5 acre blocks, and that's all been approved with their sewerage, and it was an as of right for them to do. They just had to comply with the conditions. They didn't have to make application they didn't have to notify the neighbours, which is how I found out about it, when the neighbours found out and all rang me. So, it's not, I don't see the areas that we are talking about. It's not like we're in, rich agricultural land or anything like that. It's already been split from rural properties down to lifestyle blocks. So it's actually lifestyle blocks. So I don't want to take away from the work that has got to be done on it. I don't want to overcomplicate something because I don't really see it, sewerage and water and all that. If you're at a 5 acre block and they've let the 10 acre block next door split into 1 acre blocks, I feel it very difficult to come up with the reason why you can't do it. And I'm not looking for 1 acre blocks. I'm saying to make it that they can split them.
So just on that, Councillor Erkins, I think, so the first part is whether we're just going to endorse this planning scheme, and then you've got your second one, which we can debate separately.
But my argument, my question is it going to be costing us, is it cheaper to do the two at the one time, or do we need to do one and then the other?
So that's a question to the officer. Thank you.
Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. You do one or the other.
No, if we approve this without doing what I want to do, can they be done? Can we hold that off to do the second part? Will that be cheaper to do that?
Well, my recommendation to the council today is to adopt the package for you. If you stop this process now, you will have to not go back to square one, which is sort of going, if you've got 6 steps, you're probably going back to step 3, and then having to justify to the state government why you may wish to go to smaller lots in certain rural residential areas. You're going to run the process, part of the process you're going to duplicate again and further delay, one, the amendments package that's in front of you, and then obviously include this. As has been discussed previously, there's a number of benefits for the council under its current package that I will be recommending that you approve, and then starting afresh then gives us the opportunity to go through this process with you, workshop the outcomes and so forth, and then put it through as a separate package. In terms of duplicate, I think you'd be more expensive. Stop and restart the process.
Okay.
You're better off going through this process.
Okay.
And then we start fresh with what we're pushing
To do. Okay, thank you. I'm happy with that.
You happy with that? So any other discussion on the planning scheme? So, Councillor Deneen?
Yes. With this second round, would we have the opportunity to discuss why properties can be rated as residential rural and planning scheme rural? How does that work? How can it be rural for planning and rural residential for rating?
With that one, that's probably it's a rates question, but what it would be, I can own an industrial block of land under the planning scheme and utilise it for grazing, for example, which is a real example. Its primary usage and land category through the rates system will be shown as rural because that's its primary usage through the Department of Natural Resources. Now, we'll need to get you a better and more comprehensive answer. It's still an industrial block of land under the planning scheme, so while it may be zoned industrial and I'll have certain rights attached to it for future development, its rate and usage is rural because I'm using it for grazing. And I'm thinking of the one block in particular. So it looks contradictory, but the rating reflects its current usage. The scheme reflects what it can be used for.
So I think we'll have a workshop on the planning scheme, including any amendments that we want to put forward into the next round. So sorry.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I was just going to say that'd be when we get into the budget workshops as well, and have a good look at we can probably pull that block up and have a good look at it and see what DERM is. And I'm looking at Susan, it's a sort of rhetorical question, but I think you could actually apply for, you can apply for a categorisation. Anyone can make application and pretty much any time to have their category reviewed and are they in the right category for their rating purpose.
You happy with that answer, Councillor Deneen? Thank you. So this is so if we adopt this is our South Bennett Regional Council plan going forward. I know there's a lot of work has gone into it. There are a lot of people waiting, as Officer Leo has suggested, waiting for this planning scheme because there's a lot of development wanting to happen based on the new planning scheme amendments. So certainly we wouldn't want to hold it up in any way, shape or form. I appreciate what Councillor Erkins has said, and we're going to move on to that to look at putting some amendments forward straight away as what we want to see happen going forward. But just for this right now, it's our South Bennett Regional Council planning scheme. It's a landmark moment because we're actually going to adopt a new planning scheme, which has taken quite some time to get all these submissions and the state interest checks. There's been a whole heap of stuff has happened around that. So we've got Councillor Hyde has moved it, Councillor Potter has seconded. Are there any further discussions on the actual South Bennett adopting the South Bennett Regional Council planning scheme? I'll ask for the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now I'll just ask Councillor Erkins to move a new motion. And we've got the wording here that's been...
That council undertake a project which includes a land use investigation to assess the availability of land within the South Bennett region that may be suitable to incorporate into an expansion of the RR1 precinct to allow further subdivisions. You're doing that on purpose. To further subdivision of 5 acre, 2 hectare lots into 1 acre, 4,000 square metres or 2 acre, 8,000 square metre lots, smaller rural residential lots, and the sustainability and viability of and options to facilitate the land identified in A above to be able to be developed into smaller rural residential lots. A report outlining the outcomes and recommendations of the investigation referred to in 1 above to be presented to Council. Council lists this project for consideration into its 2024/25 financial year budget deliberations with an allocation of up to $25,000 excluding GST. So I'd like to move that motion.
So someone to second that, Councillor Little. So discussion, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with this, but I would like to leave this open for to add other things to it as well. Does that do that? Through you, Madam Mayor, to
So, well, if we move this one, undertake a project which includes a land use investigation, so we can just commence that now. But as CEO Mark suggested, if we have, like, through the workshops, we can come up with some other amendments that we want to put forward. I think
Maybe if we change that from 5 acre, 2 hectare lots, maybe if we change that to the rural residential lots, because some of them are 6 acres, some of them are 7 acres. Rural residential lifestyle lots into, so that we're not trapping ourselves into.
so. Yes, thank you.
You know, someone's 6 acres that we're not cutting them out.
So is the seconder happy with that change? You are. So just to answer Deputy Mayor Potter's question, CEO Mark, I might hand over to you.
If this is certainly and thank you, Leo, and the team for sending this through, picking up the issues that's been discussed previously. If we're going to start a new scheme amendment, it would be unwise not to workshop it and find out if there's any other changes that you want, because otherwise you go through another. And it has been noted to council, and certainly not throwing any stones at the state government, but the response time for the state dragged this process out somewhat extensively. So what would have been probably 12 months turned into 2 years. So if we're going to go that process and then we do one item at a time, you'll be lucky to get 2 items up in 5 years. So we might as well pick up the next list of what you want, and then we can go through state interest check and go through the process and get it through the state interest check and see what is possible.
Okay, so does that answer your question, Deputy Mayor Potter?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
That's good. So, Councillor Height?
Yes, just a question. Will this report take into consideration the usage of the roads? We might have a road with half a dozen houses on. If they're all divided into 5, we're going to have a lot more road usage. And then the road may not, we're going to have to spend a couple of $1 million making that road bitumen. So will that be part of the report?
So I might ask...
well, I'd like it to be part of the report.
So Officer Leo, would you like to respond to that?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. In terms of the overall process, we'd probably, we'd be working with other departments within council as well. So if the councillors identify a particular area, or that we hone in on a few specific areas across the region, we'd then go to our infrastructure and other areas and actually seek comments about things such as roads, wastewater, access to all that sort of thing. So yeah, we take that into account.
Councillor Erkins, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I take on board what Councillor Height has said. However, a lot of these places, they did have larger families living on them. They had kids with cars and all that. Those kids have grown up and left, and there's now just mum and dad there with one car. You know, some of the places which have also got to take into account is we will be getting extra rates come in from the subdivisions, which is one of the things that we've always said. You know, we've got a large area and a small rate base, so by increasing our rate base, unfortunately, some of the roads that a lot of these blocks are on are probably on dirt roads anyway, but that was how they were allowed to go through. So it's just you know, you're not going to be able to expect one grandma who's going to subdivide a block into 2 to bitumen the road. We have to look at that. But I think that would be all part of the deliberation in the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Are there any other questions, discussion around that? So if not, we've got the resolution or the motion as presented. Did you want me to read through that again, or everyone's happy with what they're voting on? So if it's been moved by Councillor Erkins and seconded by Councillor Little, all those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So now it's 1:10, so we've got our planning team here. Do we want to try and get through these planning items? We're happy to continue on? Okay, so that's a yes. So the next item is, sorry? 17.2, Council Resolution to commence review of the Local Government Infrastructure Plan, better known or commonly known as the LGIP, That's on page 708. So the summary is that the South Bennett Regional Council Local Government Infrastructure Plan commenced on the 1st of July 2019. Section 25(3) of the Planning Act 2016 requires the LGIP to be reviewed within 5 years in accordance with Chapter 5, Part 5 of the Minister's Guidelines and Rules. This report seeks Council's resolution to commence the review process. So the officer's recommendation is that this report be received and that South Bennett Regional Council resolve to commence a review of the Local Government Infrastructure Plan, LGIP, in accordance with Chapter 5, Part 5 of the Minister's Guidelines and Rules, MGR, as required by Section 25(3) of the Planning Act 2016. Number 2, consider the necessary budget allocation to undertake the LGIP review process in the 24-25 financial year budget deliberation. So if someone would like to move that, moved by Deputy Mayor Potter, seconded by Councillor Deneen. So the financial and resource implications, I might just ask, who wants to speak to that one? Officer Leo, would you like to speak to that one?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. So the report just outlines the financial implications. So the first stage of the process that you're adopting, or as part of this motion, is to undertake a compliance check. There's certain practitioners, I suppose you could say, that are accredited or authorised to undertake those compliance checks throughout the state, and that's that first initial amount of approximately up to $10,000, and that would be expended this financial year, because we'll commence that as soon as this goes through. It's just highlighting for you, there is obviously, and there will be further work to be undertaken after that compliance check. So it's just flagging with council that you're probably looking at an estimate amendment to your LGIP is probably in that ballpark of $100,000 to $120,000 to be undertaken. So it's just flagging that as part of your budget deliberations that will be underway shortly or currently have commenced.
Thank you, Officer Leo. So just so everyone knows, so that local government infrastructure plan is a long-term plan for all of our trunk infrastructure, and we ask, I know, developers to contribute to a percentage towards the trunk infrastructure going forward. It's a huge cost to council, the trunk infrastructure, and so that's what that plan is. So it's to show that we're all across what needs to happen going forward. So that's the cost. I don't think we have any option with this really, because it's a requirement, legislative requirement. So does anyone have any questions to Officer Leo?
Just, Madam Mayor, yes, it's a statutory requirement that local governments undertake the LGIP. So we're at that point now where it needs to be reviewed, and it just allows council to impose necessary and infrastructure charges on future development.
So do we have any bargaining power with regards to the cost? Are you negotiable?
I understand your concerns about the cost. Look, we've provided that as an estimate. Obviously, we will look for the best value for money when we go to market in terms of who will be undertaking that review process. It's a specialist area in terms of doing the infrastructure charges and preparing these plans. So we'll be doing the best. I can't say I'm not going to give you a figure. No, I'm probably going to stay with that. But we will certainly look at the best value for money to get the best outcome for council and the community.
Thank you. So it's been moved by, any other questions? So it's been moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Deneen, the officer's recommendation as tabled. So I'll ask for the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So the next one is the 17.3. It's on page 715. It's a combined application for material change of use, function, facility and food and drink outlet, and reconfiguring a lot access easement at 20 Fork Hill Drive, Muffledale, and described as Lot 131 on SP 221464. Applicant Dusty Joe's Proprietary Limited, C/JDBA certifiers. Just noting that Councillor Sander has left the room, but we did actually vote that he could stay. So I think he just thought he had to. So that's at page 715.
Excuse me, could we just take maybe a 10-minute break while they get what's name on and they sort that out, and just stretch our legs?
So,
doesn't matter, he's coming back.
Okay. So sorry. So Councillor Urquhart's just asked if we could take a 10-minute break while everyone, while we get the planning consultant online, and just to give everyone a bit of a walk around. We haven't got that. If we adjourn, do I have to move that? So Councillor Urquhart has moved that we adjourn for 10 minutes, seconded by Councillor Janine. All those in favour? Against? So we'll just have a 10-minute break and then we'll come back. So welcome back, everyone. We just had that 10-minute break. I'd just like to someone to move that we resume the meeting. Moved by Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we're moving on to, again, item 17.3. We've got our consultant planner, Matthew Taylor, online, and we've got our other planning team in the room. So this item is combined application for material change of use, function, facility and food and drink outlet and reconfiguring a lot access easement at 20 Fork Hill Drive, Moffatdale, and described as lot 131 on SP 221464, applicant Dusty Joe's Proprietary Limited C/JDBA certifies. And just note that Councillor Sander has a declarable conflict, but that we have resolved that he remain in the room and can vote on this matter. So I might just hand over to one of the officers who would like to speak to this report.
Madam Mayor, I'll take the lead. Thanks, councillors. So this application's for a combined application for MCU function and facility and food and drink outlet, as well as the reconfiguring of lot at 20 Fork Hill Drive, Moffatdale. In terms, it's a combined application. The site is commonly known as the Dusty Hill Winery and is part of an area where tourist-type activities have co-located over time. The site's zoned rural and its western boundary is shares with Lake Barrambar. Is that correct? How you pronounce that? Barrambar? Thank you. And the rural zone is the dominant zone in the Moffatdale area, but other nearby zones include rural residential environmental management associated with the lake. The application was deemed properly made in May 2023. A confirmation notice was issued on the same day. So at the end of the day, it's recommended for approval, subject to conditions, and we have both David and also Matthew available to answer further questions, probably more in terms of the detail with the assessment for the application.
So I'll just ask someone to move the approval, that move the officer's recommendation so we can discuss it. So Councillor Deneen, and someone to second that, please. Councillor Little. So, okay, so it's open for discussion. So any questions to...
Mayor, would it be helpful if I give a bit of... There's been some queries about background and how this has got to this point. This is through you, Mayor, if that's okay.
Yes, please,
Yep.
Mr. CEO.
Okay, so the Dusty Hills, so there's three, and please planner people, correct me because I am an amateur planner, as they would know. Three sites out there that this has been an extensive development that's been going back to Mergen Shire days. There's been several approvals over the years. A number of them have been impact accessible, and this one was impact accessible. With the properly made application, this has been sitting in the system as since it's 12 months. This has taken to come through its hoops to get to this point from being made a properly application. And the general development goes all the way back, well, goes before back 2020, but probably my active involvement out there has been 2019-20 onwards. There's a series of building and plumbing applications that are all sitting in queue. The site is, so there's a lot of development accommodation that's been happening across the site. Ideally, it would have been way back when this started, if you had your time over again, a master plan development with a stage approach. That wasn't the approach. It's been individual applications. So this is quite a specific an area for the brewery, distillery, which will potentially become the restaurant, or has been deemed to become a restaurant. It's not being used as a restaurant currently, is my understanding, which I'm happy to be. It's a brewery distill house. The site and the application received state government support through one of the Department of State Development, Tourism, Economic. It was a 2.5, and the applicant has given permission for this information to be shared. So for privacy, because we don't normally like to talk about, but the applicant has specifically said they are comfortable for this to be shared. They received 2.5 or 2.25 million from the state government. Sorry, I'm giving them a bit extra change. So the grant was 2.25. And for those out there that are running a for-profit enterprise in any way, shape or form, a trap for young players, if you actually get a state government grant, the federal government automatically takes its corporation tax out of it, which is 30%. So the day that the 2.25 million landed, the applicant lost 750,000 to the Commonwealth government that was unredeemable through the taxation system. So if ever you put in for a state government grant and you're for profit, add 30%. If you go. The applicant has spent 7.5 million to date on the site to getting it to this point. Should the planning application be following, there's been a lot of work. Due to council has been aware of this all the way through, and at the then time when the grant was approved by the state government, we accepted that we would work with the applicant to get all this in true. The building inspector, plumbing inspector have been out on site. There has been, as I said, building and plumbing applications launched. We've run a number of the planning processes and the building and plumbing processes in parallel. One of the criticisms as an organisation we often get is that we don't do enough to help. It was working in a, not in a shade of grey, but it was, we looked at the flexibility of the system in which we could. And generally where you have a planning issue, and this is not just for this site, there's many across the region, surmising that the applicant isn't deliberately stalling, to use it as an excuse, a planning court will be reluctant to take any enforcement or allow council to take any enforcement action until the DA is resolved either in the positive or negative. Now I'm branching off track a little bit there, but there's a range of factors when we look at these things, and where possible we do try to help. Sometimes people get frustrated with the system, and even where we do try to help, as I said, so this component of the planning process out there has been well in the system now for 12 months. So these aren't slow, or these aren't quick processes. 7.5, there's a couple of specific questions, and Matthew has joined us on, Matt Taylor has joined us online. Particularly, I know of it's been alleged that there was maybe some inaccuracies in the amount and volume of usage on the site, and the gross floor area comes into consideration of the different, and also consideration in my nice simple mark way that there's 3 separate lots. So which bit and how the gross floor area and how the numbers of usage, that those numbers may be not as accurate. So how the planning team or the consultant or the planner gave confidence to themselves that the usage was the correct volume. QFIS, the firefighting, so the firefighting regime was looked at through the process so that there is appropriate and lawful coverage for any firefighting requirements. It was raised, I probably won't have a full comprehensive list of some of the discussion points, but it was raised that some of the accommodation buildings are too close to the river, and there should be a 200-metre buffer. The accommodation sites, and going back and having a look overnight, have been previously approved. So I'm happy to be corrected by any of the planners, but they've actually been, so they're not affected by this application because they're subject to previous approval, and they're a lawful use at that site from that coverage from the lake boundary. So yeah, that's probably just as a start point, Mayor, as to over a long period of time, this development has gone over several sites. We only received 1 submission during the public advertisement, and that submitter also followed up with a subsequent piece of correspondence just recently clarifying some of their points. There's been conditions. We've had many discussions with the proponent about some of the conditions, and no doubt once this, or should this go through, the applicant will have their opportunity to, through the appeal period. The submitter will then have their subsequent period through the appeal period, through the submitter appeal period. I'm trying to think what other ones have been raised, but I think that's pretty much an overview. And if I could hand over to Matt, if you wanted to say a few words on any of those points that were raised.
Thank you, Mr. Pitt. I think you took all my thunder. That's nicely summarised. I would perhaps add, with respect to the existing buildings near the dam, that is correct. They are the result of previous decisions and approvals, so we can't re-regulate those aspects, particularly the accommodation buildings. They form no part of this application. The building, I can't remember which building it actually is. Hang on, I'll just find that for you now. I think it's the tasting room. Here we go. The existing cellar door, which is the wine tasting, that will be converted to the food and drink outlet. That's probably the closest building to the dam. But again, we're looking at a reuse scenario. So we're moving from an ancillary component of the winery to another ancillary component being food and drink outlet. There's some other questions here regarding containment of stormwater on the site. So we did require a stormwater management assessment, but that was not received. But we were able to assess that and align with the applicant's general position on that, in that the site's quite big and any additional stormwater that's generated by hard stand roof or the like on this site is actually contained and reused. So it's more of a closed cycle in that respect. In terms of on-site sewer and treatment of on-site sewer, there are 2 existing ERA permits. There is one on 80 Waterview Drive and another one on 89 Waterview Drive. So I'm assuming that the plumbing permits would be in relation to the installation of those. There was also a question about the number of people at the that would attend the venue. So the planning assessment doesn't necessarily directly consider the number of people. It would consider the capacity of the buildings at any given time, and then from there we would infer what those requirements are in accordance with certain policies. So in this instance, that would be when we consider people or gross floor area accommodating people within the buildings, we would attribute that impact to on-site car parking. And in this instance, that was found to be compliant.
Thank
you. Yeah.
Thank you, Officer Taylor. Just, are there any other questions on this particular matter? So, no further questions? Everyone's across it. Councillor Erkins?
No, I think Mr. CEO covered the questions that I had. Probably as a councillor, but I just find that we don't really, like, I'm not a town planner, and I don't find it easy to read through these things, especially when that report comes in with another, 700 pages. We don't really have a lot of time to be able to actually go through it and satisfy ourselves, especially because, I know that Councillor Sanders as well and myself have had residents ringing us up and, expressing concerns, and I just found it difficult to go through. And I thank Mr. CEO for following that up for us. But it is difficult to go through and to be able to decipher the whole process and to know exactly what you're doing. You know, it doesn't really give a lot of time for people that are, you know, we're not, as I said, we're not town planners, so we probably, you know, would have been nice to have a little more opportunity to look at it myself, but I'm happy to go with the...
Thank you. I think CEO Mark wants to say something.
Yeah, thank you. And it's an aside, and it's for the planning team. And I don't know. And one of the so we did have a lawful or submission, if that's the correct terminology for it, but through the process. But one of the and I'm not quite sure how we approach this going forward, not as a non-compliance or a regulatory issue, but almost a best practice. One of the parties I've been speaking to was quite animated about the fact that they didn't know it was advertised, and they're from the local area. Websites, signs, they would have done, I'm looking at you guys, they would have done the notification to the neighbours. So the applicant complied with all lawful requirements of the legislation for the public advertisement process and period. Now it's like the old joke, it was down in it's down in the basement on the third story in the third drawer of the filing cabinet over by the wall. If you know where to look, it's fine. And people don't know it, but social media and internet websites are all very well and good, but it's sometimes how you get that messaging out there, and that being a statutory process, is there something we could do different there, that not because we have to, but because it would be good to, might be something we could look at. Anyway, yeah, it was interesting. It was good feedback as a mystery shopper, as that they didn't know how they got it out there, so that would be a good thing. As far as following up as well, and certainly as we get back into the role of this term now, and certainly with the Mayor's idea about workshops, would like to bring these through on a rolling basis so that we can all have a discussion and a chew, because they are of interest, and this is an area of interest.
Thank you, CEO Mark. Councillor Sander.
I'd just like to thank Mark, CEO Mark, and Matthew Taylor, and the planning guys for going back through and clarifying some of the questions that were raised.
I don't think you're on? Yeah, sorry.
For the questions that were raised with us over the last couple of days, but it is interesting that this has sort of gone on for like 12 months, and then we've just come in at the end of it, and it just appeared on our table, like, you know, with 4 days' notice. So that's what shocked us a little bit, and then these the residents that were concerned, they sort of it popped up when the agenda popped up. So I guess, you know, in the future, like you said, and explain, hopefully we can work better with that.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. I 100% agree. So that's why hence the model about having the workshop, so we can really go through these and really get our heads around it, because it is a lot to see, and pages and pages of conditions and with the officer's recommendation. Just wanted to also let just the new councillors know that with regards to these, if the officer recommends approval, then if anyone wants to, if we vote against it, it has to be for sound planning reasons, because if we go once the officer has recommended approval, if it's not sound planning reasons as to why we might defeat something, when we take into court, we've got nothing to stand on. So just so you know, going forward, that anything that's approved, we have to have absolutely sound planning reasons to go against the officer's recommendation on these planning matters. So, but thank you, Councillor Sander, and I know that it's a lot to get your head around with a brand new council. Are there any other questions or comments on this particular application? So is everyone ready to vote on it? So I'll just, it's been moved by Councillor Dineen and seconded by Councillor Little. The council approved the material change of use, function, facility and food and drink outlet, development permit and reconfiguring a lot access easement development permit at 20 Fork Hill Drive and 80 and 89 Waterview Drive, Moffatdale, Queensland, 4605, and described as Lot 1 on RP 903441, Lot 131 on SP 221464, and Lot 94 on SP 210658, subject to the conditions below. So there's a whole host of conditions there. So it's been moved and seconded, so I'll ask for the vote. All those in favour? Against? And it was so just noting that so it's carried be 6 votes to 1. So just noting that Councillor Sander has voted against that one. Okay, so we're moving on to item 17.4, which is material change of use for bulk landscape supplies, and that's on page 818. So just move on to that page. So the officer's recommendation is that council approve the development permit for material change of use for bulk landscape supplies at 100 River Road, Kingaroy, Lot 72 on RP 7915, applicant Johnson Management Australia Proprietary Limited, care of O'Reilly, Nunn and Favia, subject to conditions and recommendations contained herein. So could I have someone move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Height. So one of the officers would like to speak to this particular report.
Through Madam Mayor, councillors, this is an application for a bulk landscape supplies. The subject site is located in the medium industry zone, and under the planning scheme it triggered impact assessment because there was one submission to the application. That's the reason it's here today before your consideration. The planning grounds are summarised in part 6 under the consultation heading of the report and include the issues of noise and stormwater runoff. The application has been assessed against the planning scheme and generally meets the requirements of planning schemes and codes, or can be conditioned to do so, and it's recommended for approval today.
So are there any questions to Officer David? Everyone happy or ready to vote? So it's been moved by Councillor Potter and seconded by Councillor Height. The council approved the development permit for material change of use for bulk landscape supplies at 100 River Road, Kingaroy, Lot 72 on RP 915, applicant Johnson Management Australia Proprietary Limited, care of O'Reilly, Nunn and Favia surveyors, subject to the conditions and recommendations contained in the report. So all those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 17.5, and it's on page 890. And this one here is the officer's recommendation is that council approves the request to extend the currency period pursuant to S86 of the Planning Act 2016 by 3 additional years from the 21st of February 2024 until the 21st of February 2027. The currency period for this development approval is extended by an additional 3 years from 21st of February 2024, referred to Section 85, lapsing of approval at end of currency period of the Planning Act 2016. Note, the applicant has benefited from 3 automatic extensions that were declared in response to the COVID-19 pandemic for a combined total of 2 years. And then it's got any further extension of the currency period beyond 21 February 2027 is unlikely to be supported due to the length of time and the introduction of new planning instruments, including changes to the state planning policies and the regional plan. A resubmission of the development application is recommended if the applicant seeks to extend the currency period past 9 years. All other conditions of development approval are to be retained as per council's decision. Notice dated the 21st of February 2018 MCU 12017/0001. So that's the officer's recommendation. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Erkins, seconded Councillor Little. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just with regards to this, I know we've had a few people come to us, you know, over the last few years with regards to this particular property. And I'm just wondering, so at the moment, are they doing any road works? Are they upgrading any roads because they're using their quarry? Are they using their quarry? And the other question was, what timings, do they have specific timings they're allowed to bring trucks in and out of that property?
So I'll ask who's going to respond to this one? Officer Justin.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So the use of the site hasn't properly commenced or officially commenced. So they're not quarrying or extracting or screening or hauling quarry material out of that site. They haven't done for quite some time. There was only one time a number of years ago when they did, and that was for an actual council project. Barring that, they haven't taken any material on site, so they haven't actually developed the site properly yet. The applicant has gone to the trouble and expense of putting in an operational work application to carry out the necessary roadworks to Tim Dwyer Road and Greenwood Creek Road to make it safe for use. That approval is still current. The last time I spoke to the applicant about it, he still does have plans to develop the site in some capacity, but that might be a little ways off yet. I think, well, ours operation will be the standard, probably 6:30 to 6:30. I'd have to check the approval. Some of those complaints have actually come from so the applicant has a earth moving machinery business. So he does float machinery in and out of that site at various times. So we think that's what has prompted some of the complaints. And he also went to the trouble of putting some of his own gravel on Tim Dwyer Road as part of previous flood damage. And he did that of his own goodwill.
So Councillor Potter, are you happy with that response?
Very much so, Madam Mayor.
That's good. So any other questions? Sorry, Officer Leo.
For correctness for the agenda item, just in the title, 17.5, it refers to section 87. It should refer to section 86, and also on the précis of the report, the same. It just refers to section 80. Well, the recommendation's fine, but it was in the actual report content itself. So, yeah. Just for noting.
Yep, thank you. It's mainly as long as the recommendation is fine. So any other discussion? Everyone happy to vote? We'll put that, it's been moved by Councillor Urquhart, seconded by Councillor Linda Little, as listed there. Ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So now we're moving on to thank you to the planning team for staying around, and thank you to Matthew online there. Now we're moving into close. So do you want to have lunch first? And please note that at 3 o'clock we're going to get those photos. So what time, if we can come back at 2:30 for lunch, after lunch? Like, is that enough time to have lunch? So ask you're back here at 2:30. So could someone move that we adjourn for lunch? Moved by Councillor Little and seconded by Councillor Deneen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you to the gallery. back. So, like someone to move a motion that we resume the meeting. Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Deneen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we're moving on to the confidential section. So the officer's recommendation is that Council considers the confidential reports listed below in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with Section 25(4)J of the Local Government Regulation 2012. And the items that we are going to be discussing in confidential are 20.1 amendments to lease A and B 6264 Lamb Street, Mergen. 20.2 expression of interest 1 Pound Street, Kingaroy. 20.3 invitation to offer Tingura, Chelmsford Road. 20.4 application to waive legal fees, interest and allow discount on assessment 10321 00000/000. And then item 20.5 pension concession assessment 11393/41000/000. And item 20.6 application for concession assessment 20572 0000000. And item 20.7 rating of Cooper's Gap wind farmed leases. So someone to move that we go into closed. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Sander. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. 12462/64 Lamb Street, Mergen, to extend the current term of the lease for an additional 3 years to 30th of December 2027, and retain all other existing terms of the lease, including the CEO to negotiate the CPI terms. Is that to negotiate the annual CPI increases? And then 2, pursuant to Section 2511B of the Local Government Act 2009, South Bennett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the lease amendment on terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer reasonably considers are satisfactory to Council. So someone to move that, Councillor Height, and seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item number expression of interest 1 Pound Street, Kingaroy, item 20.2. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council resolve to approve the shortlisting of the compliant expression of interest submission 4 to proceed to tender to divest of 1 Pound Street, Kingaroy, lot 13 on RP 814986 in accordance with the Local Government Regulation 2012/S228 subsection 7B. So would someone like to move the officer's recommendation? Deputy Mayor Potter, and seconded Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So that's probably a landmark time for us, because to actually spend a long time making a decision on Pound Street. So now we're moving on to item number 20.3. Officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council accept the offer from Brown Contractors, GNR Brown and Sons Proprietary Limited, for the sum of $1,283,673.38 excluding GST for contract SBRC Q2324/89 Tingura Chelmsford Remediation Phase 1, and number 2, Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate the contract. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Height, and seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So now we're moving on to 20.4, application to waive legal fees, interest and allow discount on assessment number 10321 00000/000, which is made up of $1,637.33 in legal fees and $186.02 in interest charges and $716.59 in discount not allowed. And number 2, that South Bennett Regional Council reimburse the outstanding application fee of $4,077 for MCU 23/0017. Would someone like to move that? Moved by Deputy Mayor Potter and seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So now we're moving on to item 20.5. So I would like to move that South Bennett Regional Council approve to backdate to the start of ownership of the property an adjustment to the pensioner concession on assessment 11393/4100000, as it does not comply with Council's Revenue Statement 2023-2024. So I'd like to move that. So I'm moving that we approve it. Oh, okay. So sorry. So it just reads that South Bennett Regional Council approve a rate remission for the approves to backdate to the start of ownership of the property an adjustment to the council component of the pensioner concession on assessment 11393/4100000. So I'd like to move that. And Councillor Erkins has seconded that. So we have opportunity to have a discussion on this one. Anyone like to speak for Councillor Height?
Yes, I just concerned that this would set a precedent. If a resident or owner wants to apply for the concession, they need to fill in the form and apply. I don't think it's a good idea to be backdating concessions, because it's unfair to people who have filled in the form not 3 years later.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Councillor Perkins?
Now, I believe it is definitely a fair way. Some elderly people have family members, have people who can assist them to do this, fill in forms and help them with forms. Other people don't have anyone to help them do it, and I've seen on many occasions where people have missed things because they didn't know and they were just lost on being able to do it. And I think as a council who all purport to be community people, I think it would be the very least that we could do to assist somebody in this way. It's not like we're asking to give someone a discount that they're not entitled to. Had they put that in, they are entitled to that discount. It was just really paperwork that they haven't filled in, and I think it definitely shows compassion on our part to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Are there any other comments, questions? So as the mover, I'd just also like to back up what Councillor Erkins has said. I think that it's just an oversight. The pensioner concerned had received one lot of correspondence. It's probably on page 3 of that particular correspondence. He's missed it, missed the opportunity to get those concessions from council for the last 3 years. For the last 3 years. I believe that it's exactly the same as what Councillor Erkins has said. It's about compassion, it's about consideration to our pensioners, and I don't necessarily think it's setting a precedent. I think if any pensioner came and asked for that same consideration, that we would certainly be looking to approve the backdating, because it's just an oversight and it was money that they were entitled to. So really hoping that we can get the support. So any other discussion? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? Yeah, 5. The motion has been approved. It's 5 to 2. The against was Councillor Height and Councillor Little. So thank you. So we're moving on to the next item, which is 20.6. This is the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council approve a rate remission for the Heritage Nanenga Community Funding Limited on property located at L9N2358, assessment 20572 0000000 under the charitable organisations category, as they meet the criteria of the policy. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Erkins, seconding Councillor Height. Any discussion? If not, all those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So the final item is rating of Cooper's Gap Wind Farm leases. The officer's recommendation is that the report on the Cooper's Gap Wind Farm leases be received for information. Someone to move that? Councillor Little. Someone to second that? Councillor Janine. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone, and that I declare the meeting closed. And thank you all for, thanks to the staff and the councillors for the first meeting, and I think it's gone really well. So everyone have a great rest of the week and great weekend.